and you have new energy for another dose of great knowledge, which will be provided by our panelists. We have distinguished scholars here who will deliver their speeches on following topics. We have Professor Agnieszka Nogal of University of Warsaw, and the title of her speech is The Limits of Kantian Dignity, a critic from the perspective of practical rationality. Dr. Luisa Lodevole, University of Rome, Dr. Vergatta, John Paul II, Social Teaching and Antidote Against Any Form of Totalitarianism. Professor Ligia Castaldi, Ave Maria School of Law, Naples. The title of her speech is Constitutional Abortion Rights in the World and Judicial Activism. Professor Brian Skarnikia, Ave Maria School of Law, Naples, will talk on human enhancement regulated by John Paul II, understanding of human ecology. And the final speech will be delivered by Dr. Urszula Okulska-Łukowska, University of Warsaw. Dialogic Defense Against Power Abuse on Social Media, a linguistic analysis of constructive opposition in the discourse of the Israeli-Palestinian war. So let us start with the speech of Professor Nogal.
Good morning, anyone. To start with, I would like to express my greatest appreciation that I was invited here, and it is a possibility to speak to such a distinguished audience. But to be honest, I like always to be here at the Stefan Cardinal Wyszyński University. It's much more, so to say, nicer place, more friendly than my own university, University of Warsaw. So for me, it's easier, so to say, to speak to you. Probably you already know at least the half of my speech, so I don't want to make any introductions, but at once go to the subject. What I would like to, please skip, yeah. What I would like to present today is a way of critique of contemporary understanding of human dignity. My first thesis is that contemporary understanding of dignity, especially at courts, especially at European Court of Justice or European Court of Human Rights, is based on Kantian understanding of dignity. And in my opinion, that understanding of human dignity creates a huge gap between legal reasoning, and of course it can be logical, it can be very, even to say elegant, but at the same time, it doesn't grasp reality. It even brings a consequences contradiction to the reality we face. So let me explain my argumentation using the example of surrogate motherhood. Okay. Dignity in Kantian interpretation means personal autonomy. Self-legislation, autos, self, nomos, nomoi in Greek, self-legislation. Yes, and that self-legislation model is extremely individualistic one. Yes, it is adopted only to individuals and only to very special types of individuals. Grown up, reasonable, ready to self-determine themselves. And of course, it's completely out of the social context. Because in social context, we have many disabled people, many children, and especially, in my opinion, especially the case of surrogate motherhood, help me to present those weak sides, disadvantages of the simplistic, to say, model of dignity based on Kant. And my today's goal is to show the problem and propose richer relational alternative, but at the same time to argue that we are already speaking a prose. So we don't use, in everyday life, we don't use Kantian model of dignity. And even at courts, applying a Kantian model of dignity creates a very, very difficult situation, especially after when the result of the judgment have to be implied in the social order. Let me explain. And I will try to show that we can show that weak sides of Kantian dignity using the practical rationality model. And in my opinion, practical rationality is almost universal, because it was used by Aristotle, it was used by of course, St. Thomas Aquinas, it is used by John Finnis now, but also by leftist Martha Nussbaum. So it doesn't have a simple, I don't know, ideological or religious, simple connections. Of course, we can show it, but it's not one dimension. Yes, we can go further. Yeah. Let me present Kant as a saint of European Union. I had one, Joseph Weiler, who argued that Jürgen Habermas is the saint of European Union. In my opinion, of course, Jürgen Habermas is a saint, but a secondary order. The first, the primary order saint is Immanuel Kant and his model of dignity. For him, dignity is the moral status of rational being capable of self-legislation. Freedom means independence from impulses, from the biological, physiological side of our condition, but also ability to act according to reason. In law, dignity means the right to autonomy, privacy, and individual decision-making. We are going. The problem of reduction, yes, I already mentioned that from that perspective, autonomy is very often equalized with the formal freedom. It excludes children, dependent person, the sick, the woman under economic coercion. And that case is especially important when we are speaking about surrogate motherhood, yes? Because when we, you know, I have a seminar with students from all over the Europe, an Erasmus program. And when we are speaking about surrogate motherhood, when they are starting to discuss those cases of European Court of Human Rights, they are beginning, of course, from the understanding of dignity as personal autonomy. And for them, everything is easy. Yes, autonomous person are signing a contract. Everyone has the right to privacy and to decision. So it's a civil law case. Nothing to talk about. Yes. So this is the result of taking that type of understanding of dignity. But sometimes even one of the University of Warsaw students or students from other universities in Europe may ask, what about surrogate mother? Is she under economic pressure? Can we call it really voluntary act? voluntary agreement. Formally, yes. It was not physical coercion, but in my opinion, that procedural understanding of dignity, so it was not external coercion, meaning the physical force, replace the substantial dignity. Yes, we don't think about real situation in which such a contracts are taking place. Okay. Next, please. And let's move to the case of surrogacy, especially transnational surrogacy. Firstly, it's a multi-billion-dollar global industry. Secondly, its characteristic from economic perspective is easy because wealthy people from wealthy countries, USA, UK, European Union, commission surrogacy in lower income countries like Ukraine, very, very commonplace, Georgia, Mexico, India. Yes, so it has a very strong economical dimension. The legal, at the same time, it takes place in legal gray zones because it doesn't not apply national legal systems. Yes, because we can start to play between different legal systems. A patchwork of conflicting national laws creates legal limbo for children and parents. And for me, even the situation of child is much more problematic than the situation of a surrogate mother. But nobody puts even attention on the child from the perspective of dignity understood as self-legislation. Yes, because it is completely dependent person. Okay. And in my opinion, that what makes the surrogate motherhood case law a special stress test for the understanding of Kantian idea of dignity and applying into European Court of Justice without any reasonable argumentation that this is really the best way of understanding the human dignity. Okay, we can go further. And yes, let me show two types of problems created by that way of understanding of dignity. The myth, a surrogate's autonomous choice. Yeah, she signed a contract and there is nothing to do for a lawyer because the contract was signed and it was a free choice of the person to sign it. At the same time, we have economic pressure, payment often maybe a life-changing sum for the women, but a fraction of a total cost. Yes, so she bears also other type of costs, biological costs very often, and it is not described in a contract. Informed consent. Contracts are complex in a foreign language and may limit her medical autonomy. Yes, so we don't know really if those consents were really informed. And of course, power imbalance. She is often in a position of significant economic and social vulnerability. But let's move to the even more problematic problem, the problem of the child. Yes, we can. The Kantian model focused on autonomy doesn't even, put any attention. If we look at the child, we are only looking for autonomous person who should take care of the child. That's it. But at the same time, we have the problem of identity, the right to know one's origins and often, which is often legally obscured. Of course, some problems are genetically transferred, so it's also a problem not only of identity from the legal perspective, but also from the biological perspective. Citizenship, wow. Yes, many cases of European Court of Human Rights are addressing the problem of citizenship of the child, because we have the citizenship of mother, of surrogate mother, and the place of the birth, and it creates a really, really, really maligma. And family life. Sometimes, you know, during the pregnancy, surrogate motherhood can build an emotional bond with the child. So legal battles over parenthood can drag on for years. Conclusions: the child's dignity is relational by nature. And even at the European Court of Justice, I hope nobody will openly say that child has no dignity. But that dignity is not described by conscient notions. Okay, next. And in my opinion, it is possible to describe, because I took as a starting point the model of dignity rooted in practical rationality. Yes, so I was looking for the practical consequences, which means applying a practical rationality model, to the purely legalistic interpretation of Kantian dignity. And what I would like to argue is that it's enough open to grasp not only believers in Christ, but also people deeply rooted in Latin tradition of Greek philosophy and Roman law, because we are meeting that type of argumentation at Aristotle and after Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas. And today, John Finnis is coming back to that model in a Natural Law and Natural Rights book published in 80s. And Martha Nussbaum, she's speaking about capabilities, but those capabilities are defined by goods. Yes, typically human goods. We can go to them. And let's look how dignity can be differently perceived from those perspective. Kantian model focus on individual choice and reason. Yes, who is reasonable should have ability to make individual choices. And relational substantive model of based on practical rationality focus on human flourishing. Is it good for the person? Is it good for the rest of the society? Simple question, you know, forgotten question, so simple. And Kantian model asks, was the choice free? And from perspective of practical rationality, we can ask, does this context support a flourishing life? Kant protects autonomy from interference. Practical rationality protects core human goods, family, identity, community. Kant's view surrogacy as a private contract. Practical rationality helps us show that surrogacy is a social practice with not only private but also social consequences. Yeah. We can skip that. Nice pictures, but we can skip it. We are running out of time. And what I would like to stress at the end of my presentation is that European treating Kant as a final saint of the legal system creates a very problematic situation even within the law, because it has consequences on family law. Yes, so human right court can decide that, okay, we are judging in accordance to the idea of dignity rooted in Kant. So it says private contract, but at the same time, in each country, we have family law, which protects good of the child, simply, yes? So, and the result is pushed on the national systems in which they have to deal with the consequences of unwise judgment of European Court of Human Rights. Civil law protects bodily integrity of the mother, yeah? Identity of the child, and inherent human dignity. Often, yes, like in Polish case, Polish system of justice is based on understanding of goods, not on practical rationality, rather, not only family but also civil law. So it protects inherent human dignity, yes? It clashes with European understanding. And the social law protects the material condition for human flourishing, health, education, social security. Okay, we can move forward to the end. The consequences and conclusions. The Kantian procedural model creates a systemic schizophrenia in a legal system. One part of the system, inspired by autonomy, legitimizes practices like unregulated surrogacy contracts. The other parts, family, personal, social law, must then deal with the resulting harms. So must bear consequences. So must act on a level of practical rationality because it brings some consequences, necessary consequences. Say stateless children, exploited women, and severed family bonds. And in my opinion, we should openly point it out that Kantian model of dignity not only it's not only an idea formally adopted, but it transforms into a concept that alien to the internal logic of legal culture, designed to protect human flourishing and its relational, bodily, and socially dimension. Yes, so it affects our understanding of human being. Of course, have also consequences for the understanding of many hard cases, abortion, for instance, yes, because it looks differently from one point to the other. But for me, the most important argument is that it ruins European legal culture, because that culture, especially in Poland, is really based on the understanding of practical rationality and goods inherited, and goods like life without connection to reasonableness or not, and family bonds and identity of the person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nogal. Thank you for your time discipline. Because I didn't mention, but the organizers set up a time limit, 20 minutes for each speech, okay? It was a very hard topic, and I'm sure it will arise interesting discussion. Okay, time for Dr. Risa Lodevil, right? The floor is yours.
Okay.
You want to stay here, or it's up to you? It's fine.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and all the organizers of this conference, and for giving me the opportunity to be here to share and to share some insights, to receive insights most of all. And so I would like to to present a paper about the relationship between John Paul II's social teaching and to nowadays forms of totalitarianisms, and in the new context of AI. This is my point, to highlight how John Paul II's teaching could be an antidote against new forms of totalitarianism. And so, for me, his photo there, it's really helpful. And so this is for me what we need to recover. As we heard yesterday also by Professor Weigel, we have to recover some ideas. And from my point of view of a lawyer in a department of law, so we should recover the idea of the rule of law, as we heard, of the foundation of natural law and foundation of human rights on natural law. So if we want to highlight continuity and change in Catholic social teaching, the times we live in, those of Leo XIV, offer a suitable basis for discussion to confirm how St. John Paul II's teachings are both relevant and applicable to contemporary issues. I will attempt to apply some of his insights to the context of AI systems. As the Holy Father said in Centesimus Annus, now as then we need to repeat that the new things can find in the Gospel the context for their correct understanding and the proper moral perspective for judgment on them. The Church, in fact, has something to say about specific human situations, both individual and communal, national and international. She formulates a genuine doctrine for these situations, a corpus which enables her to analyze social realities, to make judgments about them, and to indicate directions to be taken for the just resolution of the problems involved. So this doctrine is likewise a source of unity and peace in dealing with the conflicts that inevitably arise in social and economic life. Thus, it is possible to meet these new situations without degrading the human person's transcendent dignity, either in oneself or in one's adversaries, and to direct those situations towards just solutions. So, from a certain point of view, we are in a situation similar to that of the times of Leo XIII, of Rerum Novarum. So, at the time of Leo XIII, machine began to replace physical labor. And now, at the time of Leo XIV, machines try to replace intellectual work and decision-making itself. So we are facing these new things, and we need to recover St. John Paul II's teaching as a weapon in this culture war. So the panel today is about culture war, moral law and culture war. So what is the culture war we are living? What is the enemy? And this is why also our Pope Leo XIV chose the name of his predecessor, Leo XIII. So and he mentioned these new kind of challenges at the beginning of his pontificate, and he said, I chose to take the name Leo XIV because there are different reasons, and most of all, so the new revolution we are living, that of artificial intelligence, poses new challenges for the defense of human dignity, justice and labor. So which weapons does John Paul II's teaching provide us with to fight this new culture war? So what is, in the perspective of philosophy of law, of theory of law, of the theory of legal systems, how is this AI system affecting our way of understanding our relationships and also the way we live in a society. So the basic legal concepts of covenant, of obligation, of duty. And so how is it affecting our way of understanding ourselves? So we've heard yesterday, so I will go maybe quickly about the AI systems in general, because we've heard by Professor Kornatsky, by also Professor Di Blasi, how these systems work. So artificial intelligent agents are systems capable of interacting with the environment, a limited environment, in which they are enclosed, producing a result based on data and procedural rules, not only entered during programming, so the input, but also acquired through machine learning mechanisms. And these agents consist of an architecture, usually, and a program, so both a physical element and electronic element. And the architecture may consist of either a simple, commonly used personal computer or a self-driving car, a vacuum cleaner with sensors for dirt, or a medical diagnostic system. And as far as the ICT world is concerned, a software type intelligent agent programmed to process information, this is what I'm focusing, AI and information, may be required to process an answer to a question of either historiographical or scientific subject, or even to compose rhyming verse. So we can obtain an information if we make a question to this system, but how we heard yesterday, how is it possible to verify the correctness, not if it's true or false, as we heard, but how can we have a confirmation of the content of this information? Because since the process is based on analyzing individual cases, albeit in massive numbers, it remains a statistical probabilistic method which does not exclude error in the answer. For example, assigning a new case to a mismatched class or failing to understand the question. This phenomenon is already widely discussed and known as the problem of algorithmic bias, or simply bias. So the information provided by AI is still assembled. It's a combination of symbols, as we heard. It's on the syntactic level, not at the semantic level, based on the aforementioned probabilistic criteria through combination, modification, or transformation of data represented in the maximum number of networked contents, which therefore suggests with higher probability the correctness of the result, which remains unverified. So although the degree of approximation to the correctness may be very high, an error in the output is always possible. So this is the word of AI and information. We have platforms which provide us with a huge number of informations about any kind of topic. And so how is this tool serving new forms of totalitarianism? The inclusion of AI as an information source and interlocutor marks a further stage in what has been called the information revolution, because information is defined on the one hand as any data representative of reality retained by one subject or communicated by one subject to another, on the other as communication activities carried out by certain media such as print, radio, TV, as well as social networks, new media, and the web and digital platforms, content generation platforms, content moderation platforms. So what is the mechanism behind these platforms? As an activity of disseminating news and keeping track of social and political events and happenings, the detention of the media and communication has always played a key role in history, from oral culture to writing, from printed text to digital hypertext. Each change in this field has marked a real cultural revolution. Not only that, control of communication networks has always been considered fundamental to the establishment or maintenance of power. And I want to mention in particular the philosopher Joseph Pieper, who entitled his conference in 1985, Abuse of Speech, Abuse of Power. Yet the changes that have taken place from the subjective side of the information providers and the objective side of the media affect human life in a very special way, involving a crucial aspect, that of thought shaping. It has been pointed out that originally in various European languages, the verb informare, to inform, derived from Latin, meant not only to report facts, but also to form the mind. Indeed, so generating and disseminating news and knowledge involves the power to influence opinions and shape social behavior. So with the new information-producing artificial intelligence agents, our society has to cope with a new center of power, potentially able to influence decisions of political affiliation and electoral choices, and even to do so in an undetectable way. This condition in which citizens are unconsciously subjected to information channels can be regarded as a new form of totalitarianism. So while in the past, the abuses of totalitarian regimes were macroscopic, as they were made visible through military force and pervasive control of social life, in today's world, these centers of power can operate through other, less recognizable means, those of virtual reality and AI. So content moderation platform managers and major ICT and social media operators have tools at their disposal that are much more effective than the propaganda of dictators. Digital information and communication media, by conveying models of thoughts and behavior, can change mindsets and lifestyles and influence culture in an indirect and non-transparent way. So the effective damages of this culture war are provided by some observable phenomena, such as the abandonment of social lifestyles and the natural family pattern, fruit of centuries of Christian civilization. So, and also in the legal system, the innovations brought about by both legislative assemblies and judicial bodies show this influence of this misleading source of opinion, of thought. So, John Paul II's teachings. The Holy Pope has spoken out with particular force in his magisterium against all forms of violation of individual conscience, fundamental rights and freedoms by political power, justified by ideologies. In Centesimus Annus 13, he pointed out that the fundamental mistake of socialism was anthropological in nature. I quote number 13, where we have this focus on the reduction of the human being to a materialistic perspective. Socialism considers the individual person simply as an element, a molecule within the social organism, so that the good of the individual is completely subordinated to the functioning of the socio-economic mechanism. Socialism likewise maintains that the good of the individual can be realized without reference to his free choice, to the unique and exclusive responsibility which he exercises in the face of good or evil. Man is thus reduced to a series of social relationships, and the concept of the person as the autonomous subject of moral decision disappears, the very subject whose decisions build the social order. From this mistaken conception of the person, there arises both a distortion of law, which defines the sphere of the exercise of freedom, and an opposition to private property. So the issues raised by the Pope are about freedom of conscience, about the dignity of the human person, so that is misunderstood, as we heard in our European Western legal systems. So we can see how the concept of person is not anymore coinciding in our legal system with that of human being, so that there are people who are not considered person in a legal in the legal system, so they have no dignity. So the unborn and those who are not anymore conscious, who are not anymore autonomous, and so we have this discrimination, this separation between personhood and human being, and this is at the basis of violations of the right to life of the human being. And so the issues raised by technology today are not like those that emerged during the Industrial Revolution, because they are affecting our way of thinking, understanding, and seeing reality, our Weltanschauung. And as a consequence of an incorrect anthropological conception, freedom was also misunderstood by both ideologies. So neither liberal capitalism nor Marxist collectivism, as we read in Sollicitudo Rei Socialis number 20, assigned the right significance to subjectivity and freedom. Subjectivity is not the same as autonomy and self-determination, because liberalism, so the Kantian concept of autonomy, does not recognize the person unless he or she is capable and free. The person is not respected unless he or she is autonomous. So freedom is a response to a call. A response comes from responsibility, as we heard yesterday, to a vocation, a response to a presence that makes me free, indicating a communion of persons. And in Evangelium Vitae, the Holy Father, in number 18, he criticized the perverse idea of freedom, which considers the other person as an obstacle to my personal self-fulfillment. So all the new forms of totalitarianism destroy subjectivity and assume the power to decide on the citizens' behalf, so that they are deprived of the freedom to determine their own behavior and actions. In Sollicitudo Rei Socialis, we read, I quote, the right, even the collectivism suppressing the right of economic initiative destroys the spirit of initiative, that is to say, the creative subjectivity of the citizen. So this is an important weapon that St. John Paul II offers us, so to recover creative subjectivity. Am I at the end? Okay, so just 2 minutes, okay. Just to, so the one weapon, a correct anthropological conception, because he asserted that in the Centesimus Annus that the Church affirmed clearly that every individual bears the image of God and therefore deserves respect. The vast majority of people identify themselves with this kind of affirmation, and this led to a search for forms of protest and for political solutions more respectful of the dignity of the person. So we need to recover the anthropological perspective of the man as image of God, the subjectivity, the creative subjectivity against new forms of totalitarianism, because if even people or nations are deprived of their subjectivity, this will lead to a condition of passivity, of lack of hope, and so we have to recover this perspective designed and given us by St. John Paul II. And third, I go very quickly, the foundation of human rights on human dignity, and this means to recover the perspective of natural law, so a correct view of the human person and of his unique value. This is Centesimus Annus 11, because beyond the rights which man acquires by his own work, there exist rights which do not correspond to any work he performs, but which flow from his essential dignity as a person. So if we at least, so it seems urgent to recall the actuality of St. John Paul II's teaching, who invited us to meet these new situations without degrading the human person's transcendent dignity. So if I'm at the end, then I will write, so I will give you the whole paper, and thank you for your attention. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lodevolen. Now it's time for Professor Castaldi.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to make sure he has it.
Professor Castaldi, can we switch? You will find this USB drive, and we'll have time for. You want me to operate this? Sure.
Okay, how do I do that?
I'm here for you.
Because I have a lot of slides. Go through it quickly. Did you find it? It works.
So, Professor Skarnecki now.
Okay, now how do I advance it? Do I have a clicker or do I do it? Okay, very good. To be or not to be human? That's the question. So we hope to look at John Paul II's notion of human ecology and apply it to some of the modalities of human enhancement. So next slide. his notion of work emphasizes the idea that we need to keep the upper hand on human labor, lest we become subject to our machinery and our products. Go ahead. And so the little introduction, and then we'll lay out the scope of human enhancement, and then try to apply the principles that we glean from human ecology to some of those modalities. I begin with a story from J.R.R. Tolkien. He noticed that in almost everywhere in fairy stories, there is this archetypal theme of a prohibition. And in the next slide, this prohibition takes the notion of a locked door that you enter at risk and peril of your life, your existence. This is an eternal, he says, an eternal temptation. And of course, what do we read in the Catechism regarding the fall? Let's see, what's it say? The prohibition against eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil symbolically evokes the insurmountable limits that man, being a creature, must freely recognize and respect with trust. Man is dependent on his Creator and subject to the laws of creation and to the moral norms that govern the use of freedom. And so these archetypal themes that around the world in fairy stories present themselves as a prohibition, a locked door, have a grounding in reality. And so what is human enhancement? A modification aimed at improving human performance, brought by science-based and or technology-based interventions on the human body. For persons with disabilities, it often presents itself as therapy, as bringing a person back to normal. Well, of course, normal is, there's where the fight begins, as we, and then for persons without a disability, enhancement means augmentation, and that's where we run into more questionable issues, going beyond what normal capacities might be. So we see a general breakdown of enhancement: genetic, physical, germline genetic enhancement, somatic genetic enhancement, physical enhancements, removable implants, non-cognitive, cognitive, legal, not legal. We see, the genetic on the one side, exoskeletons on the other side. Well, germline enhancement. The Pew study reveals that people are quite concerned about this form of human enhancement, meddling with nature, crossing a line we should not cross, echoes the locked door, the prohibition of not to trespass beyond a certain point. Gene line therapy modifies the genetic material of reproductive cells so that the changes are passed to future generations to correct or prevent genetic disorders. However, germline gene editing is controversial for two reasons. We don't know what it's going to do. CRISPR-Cas9 can alter DNA at locations other than the target, which could inactivate essential genes, activate cancer-causing genes, or cause chromosomal rearrangements that can change DNA in some cells, but not all, resulting in mosaic of altered and unaltered cells. The other questionable aspect of germline therapy is eugenics. The abuse of this for phenotype or genotype kinds of enhancements of human beings for political, economic purposes. Well, as we know, China did, they crossed that locked door. Yes, this researcher was convicted of violating Chinese government's ban on germline editing by carrying out his own experiments on human embryos to try to give them protection against HIV. He's globally condemned. Almost everyone realized that China knew what was going on. He did a prison term, and he's back in the lab. Eugenics. Well, the eugenics of today won't be like the eugenics of yesterday. Today it'll be voluntary, but as one of our presenters pointed out, a voluntary with an awful coercive kind of a thrust to it. And so in our own Supreme Court, we read in Clarence Thomas in Box versus Planned Parenthood of Indiana argues whether directly through forced sterilization laws, as in the past, in the United States it was Buck versus Bell, and in Europe, well, quite a legacy, or today indirectly through voluntary trait-specific abortion laws. He points out that African Americans' total fertility rate has been and is being disproportionately suppressed. Thomas' characterization that voluntary trait-specific abortion is eugenic because it has a disparate impact on reproductive capacity of these minorities applies even more to trait-specific gene editing that would permit, in principle, the conversion of all the unfit to the highest genetic level. Somatic gene therapy doesn't carry with it those unknown risks, although there are more known risks that need to be compensated for by informed consent and clinical trials. So this has potential for good effects, but and much good has been done through it, including cancer, spinal muscular atrophy, hemophilia, sickle cell disease have all met with successful treatment through somatic gene cell therapy. I apologize for flashing through all of this. I mean, we're trying to write this paper. It was like trying to gee whiz. You're forced to be somewhat superficial, or else you got to write a book. So, anyways, next, yeah. Physical enhancement. So moving on. Yes, some are tried and true. Pacemakers, heart pacemakers, hearing aids. My goodness, glasses. External, removable. But then now we enter into more invasive procedures. Cochlear implants are new. They allow people with hearing loss to be compensated through this therapy. It's a very good improvement. Go ahead. Then there's other kinds of physical non-permanent implants, cognitive training exercises, games, chess to help people with memory loss, to keep their agility, smart drugs. I think we could all use some of them in the afternoon as the day wears on. Exoskeletons, industrial, military uses, neurostimulation. If you sprained your elbow or your ankle, and this is a wonderful thing. I mean, you crank it up too high, and pretty soon your arm goes up automatically, but it helps in the healing process. Go ahead. And then, of course, even more invasive, deep brain implants are already in use on a regular basis to help prevent seizures in patients with severe epilepsy, treat movement disorders such as Parkinson's disease, and manage symptoms of psychiatric conditions, including obsessive-compulsive disorder. I mean, there is the potential that these modalities could be abused, but certainly they can be used properly. Yes, Neuralink is quite in the news with Elon Musk developing a brain implant to help patients therapeutically with severe paralysis control external technologies using only neural signals. Clinical trials are going forward even as we speak. This technology, if it functions properly, could help people with severe degenerative disease like ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Move cursors, typing with the electric impulses generated in their brain. And then, of course, you have the people that see no limit to, that have no problem dreaming of crossing that locked door. Non-medical augmentative cognitive devices attempt to exceed normal human capacities, replacing it with computer AI-driven augmentation. Researchers claim there's the possibility of uploading the human brain into the cloud, etc., etc. Human zombies. exoskeletons, uploaded brains. There's no locked door for these folks. Okay. And then there's biohackers. They're going on right now, whether you like it or not. People in their garages and in their basements carrying on all manner of experiments in the United States and certainly here in Europe. There's an underground of these biohackers engaged in self-experimentation using biological cognitive enhancement products, etc. The Food and Drug Administration in the United States considers gene therapy biohacking. Imagine that. Illegal, but there's loopholes in the law if nothing is for sale. Some of the implants that biohackers recommend require medical attention, but there's a way to get around the implants. If you go to a tattoo parlor and you don't use an anesthetic, it's not practicing medicine without a license. Oh, this will take a long time, and I don't know if I got that much time to do it, but we'll try. I'll just tip the hat quickly. I was invited to join the Southern Baptist Ethical Commission and filing an amicus brief to the United States Supreme Court in the Myra Genetics case that, well, here's quickly. Yes, in the past, a researcher who would isolate somewhere on the human genome a particular specific trait and then isolate that through CRISPR technology could run to the patent office in the United States to get a patent on that segment, saying anybody else that wants to do research on that segment of the human genome that needs a license from them or just walk away. That's all. It's kind of like a claiming a stake in a mineral rights case. Whatever's under the ground here is mine. I don't know what it is: gold, uranium, oil and gas. Whatever's in there, it's mine to do research, to prospect on. All right. Well, the Supreme Court said that those kind of patents are no longer effective. They visited the products of nature doctrine, long dormant, and said regarding patent law. You just find something in the human genome and isolate it. It's like going into the woods and finding a plant, taking it out of the ground, putting it in a little cup and bringing it to the patent office and saying, this is my invention. And they go, it's not your invention. So, continue. Yeah. Okay. And then yeah, I'm glad. Thank you. I need some help here. Moving on. Yeah, 7 minutes to go. Okay. Well, it's enough of that. You can have the PowerPoint and the paper, and you can see it for yourself. But anyways, what I did want to point out here is that Australia, where are you, Ian, got it right, and America got it wrong. The Aussies insisted that the nature of human DNA is it's an information code, not a molecule, and simply removing the introns from the DNA molecule, which is what Myra Genetics did. And the United States Supreme Court said, well, hey, you've modified it. You've made a new compound. Well, but what's essential to DNA is the information. That's the formal cause, the final cause. All you've done is modify, accidentally modified it with messing with its physical and its efficient causality. Thank you. And go ahead. And okay, finally, John Paul II. Here we go. Well, what are the insurmountable limits that man, being a creature, must freely recognize and respect? The answer, well, just as there are natural laws that flourish nature, so there are natural laws that flourish human nature. And that is a human ecology that respects the integrity of both body and soul. Go ahead. And so, John Paul II has many important things to tell us. DNA, so hearkening back to that case we just looked at, DNA is, a man is inseparable from his DNA, the same as he's inseparable from his soul. That body signifies something. In a sense, it has a sacramental significance. It conveys what it symbolizes, the human person. Our body is capable of making visible what is invisible, the spiritual, the divine. It has been created to transfer into the visible reality of the world a mystery hidden from eternity in God, and thus to be a sign of it. So our bodies, the analogy I sometimes use, I mean, if somebody were to assault my coat and rape it I might, well, that's very curious, what are you doing? I wouldn't take that personally. But my body, yes. And of course, regarding human ecology, the family is the basis of this human ecology. What, of course, he's done with human ecology, he's transliterated the word. It had its own meaning. He takes it out, and he really uses it as an instrument to reinvigorate natural law discourse. So now, instead of simply speaking in terms of natural law, we can speak in terms that have a more commonality with other things going on in the world, such as environmental law. Go ahead. So taking the principles of the public trust doctrine, environmental law, the natural use principle, and the precautionary principle, we might be able to start fashioning some kind of legal teeth for our natural law insights. Go ahead. So the basic features of the natural use principle are you have to respect the inherent characteristics of real estate, for instance. So you can't, go ahead, you can't just bulldoze the Everglades and turn it into an airport or something like that without some compensation. There is no right to develop land, to change its natural character to non-indigenous property uses, said one court. A landowner is only entitled to reasonable expectations of what can be done with the land given the natural character of the property and nature's laws. Go ahead. I mean, we can find some corollaries to that in ordre public. Members may exclude from patentability inventions necessary to protect ordre public of morality, including to protect human, animal, plant life, health, or to avoid serious prejudice to the environment. So there's some other corollaries besides that, you know, that bolster this notion of a natural use principle. Go ahead. Another example, rules of social coexistence. Go ahead. Limits on autonomy. Yeah, this is all speaks to this natural use principle. And now the precautionary principle. Really, Pope Francis in Laudatio Si borrows the language of environmental law and other, just to incorporate the precautionary principle in the lexicon of Catholic social teaching. The precautionary principle makes it possible to protect those who are most vulnerable. If objective information suggests serious and irreversible damage may result. Basically, in law, he's talking about speculative damages. Normally, if you have speculative damages, they throw you out of court. Come back when you've got real damages. Here, he's saying, oh, it's okay, speculative damages, come on in. If there's a threat of irreversible harm, go ahead. Then the burden is shifted. That's huge. Now it's no longer the person going into court saying, I think your fracking in this oil and gas may produce problems with the water table. Well, has it yet? Well, but well, not exactly. Well, normally that's just a speculative damages thrown out of court, but no, with environmental law, that's you've got the scintilla of evidence we need to shift the burden now to you to say, have you evidence to say this isn't going to happen? So that's a powerful tool. Go ahead. Go ahead, more of it. Finally, we got to the conclusion. Okay. God became man, not only to reveal God to man, but also to reveal man to man. That is, to reveal man's true dignity, augmented by grace. St. Athanasius, God became man so that we might become God. Not as the transhumanists would have us become God. But with God's grace, we really are invited. Go ahead. So, human ecological legal principles should be applied when human enhancement seeks to augment the abilities of persons with normal capacities beyond their natural use and creaturely limits. What are creaturely limits? The essential God-given characteristics of human nature. In such cases, so-called enhancements threaten irreparable harm to human ecology and its natural use. Therefore, the precautionary principle applies. You know, one way to look at it, too, in human enhancements, or what some of these futurists really envision, I mean, when God became man, he didn't come back to restore to us the preternatural gifts that were lost with the fall, immortality, infused knowledge, and these sorts of things. And yet it seems there's so much that that's what we're grasping at. It's like we want, without God, to have those same kinds of capacities again. The precautionary principle would apply in all of these various ways. Most importantly, it lowers the level of proof. It switches the burden of proof. It allows speculative damage, and it expands standings to bring your case before the court. Last slide, I think, or next to last. The legalization of germ-line genetic editing, various non-medical human cognitive augmentation, should this occur, will not be an enhancement, but conducive to a new eugenics and the abolition of man. What we call man's power over nature turns out to be a power exercised by some men over other men with nature as its instrument. Well, that's just a little thumbnail sketch of what I would try to lay out in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Skarnakia. And this is your device. Okay, sure.
I'm going to set a timer to make sure I don't go over time. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry, is this it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. My paper is going to look at the legal underpinnings for abortion practices in communist and post-communist countries. It will also look at the creation of constitutional abortion rights in these nations and compare it to constitutional abortion rights in the first and the third world. So why am I interested in this topic? First of all, because constitutional rights have legal effects. So it can imply a state duty to subsidize abortion, for instance, or to provide abortions in public hospitals. It can have practical effects as well. I was interested in seeing whether abortion has higher rates in communist countries, and I think that is the common perception. Coerced and elective abortion practices, I wanted to look at whether those happen more often in communist countries. Any demographic effects or cultural effects. So anyway, you all know that there are only 5 communist nations today in the world, and I think the way those are defined are countries that have a communist party in power. But we know that there are more socialist and definitely almost communist nations, especially in Latin America, I think. I could think of many. So I looked at China first. And China has a constitution from 1982, but it has no right to abortion. It has no provision on reproductive rights either. So, however, abortion has always been widely available and tolerated in China. China, of course, has the grotesque practice, and there's a really interesting book written about it, The One-Child Policy, called One Child by Mei Feng, who called this policy the world's most radical experiment in her new book. So this was a planned birth policy, right, which prohibited individuals or couples to have more than one child. It has been documented by many authors, including Stephen Mosher, a personal friend of Brian and I's. And this led to the implantation of forced IUDs, forced contraception, but also forced abortions, something that is completely unimaginable in the Western context or in Europe or in America. Forced abortions to enforce the policy. Provincial population control and planned birth ordinances were the legal means by which this was done. Birth permits were required. Unmarried women were eligible. So I'm going to try to go as fast as possible so I can meet the time limit. All right, so in Cuba, Cuba is a very interesting case because they did not actually have any law regarding abortion. It was only through health ministry guidelines, which is like an executive ordinance. They have no constitutional right to abortion either. However, they have one of the world's highest abortion rates. Almost 1 of 2 pregnancies in Cuba still end in abortion today. So abortion is widely tolerated and, again, very commonly practiced. Then I looked at Vietnam, which has no constitutional right to abortion either. They do, however, have a constitutional provision on reproductive health, which states the state, society, families, and citizens have the responsibility to provide health care and protection to mother and children. So it's pretty ironic because they do combine it with the mother and child protection, but they say to carry out the population and family planning program. So I think one of the findings I have with this research is that usually these communist countries frame reproductive health care or abortion in the context of family planning or population control policies or laws. Abortion, of course, is widely tolerated in Vietnam. Laos, however, its neighbor, is not, it's not as liberal when it comes to abortion. It is prohibited in Laos except under 3 grounds. So it was only fully legalized in 2021, but only in the first trimester, and beyond that under certain grounds. North Korea has a very interesting case as well. So none of these countries have a constitutional right to abortion. They tolerated abortion widely until 1993, including forced abortions, although they did not have forced abortions like China, so at a broad scale. They limited forced abortions to women with disabilities, political prisoners, human trafficking victims who had Chinese babies, so they insisted in the purity of the Korean race. So half Chinese babies would be forcibly aborted on North Korean women. So it was a different type of forced abortion. They also informally tolerated sex-selective abortion of female fetuses. However, because of the demographic effects, North Korea banned abortion in 1993 due to population decline, also nationalism considerations. They encouraged now North Korean women to have more children. So I thought that was very interesting. When it came to North Korea, there are only 2 communist or post-communist countries that have reversed their abortion policies. North Korea is one of them, and Russia is the other. So looking at post-communist nations, I wanted to find out if there was some effect from communism in, let's say, former USSR, former Yugoslavia, etc. So looking at the former Soviet republics, the USSR was the first nation in the world to legalize abortion back when they were a nation in 1920. So to actually authorize it by law, right? It was the first nation to do so. So Russia has currently no constitutional right to abortion. It actually introduced, and I believe this was in 2011, that's right, 2 provisions in its constitution regarding support for motherhood. So one of them reads, state support shall be provided for the family, maternity, fatherhood, and childhood. Maternity, childhood, and family shall be protected by the state. So they now have 2 provisions supporting motherhood, maternity, fatherhood, and childhood, which I thought is interesting. Russia had also the highest abortion rate in the world for a long time. So that was 50 or 55%. So it was the only country that at some point exceeded half of all pregnancies ending in abortion. That, of course, created a significant demographic effect that led to them banning abortion after 12 weeks in 2011. And they have only a rape exception that applies up to 22 weeks. So, so this was, I found very interesting. So only North Korea and Russia have reversed some of their abortion rules. Regarding only other, former Soviet republics, these are have generally liberal abortion policies, meaning allowing abortion throughout the first trimester, but only in very limited circumstances after 12 weeks. Regarding the former Republic of Yugoslavia, so here, Yugoslavia was actually the only country I found in former communist countries that had a right to abortion in its constitution. So they had a constitutional right to bear or not bear a child. This is back when Yugoslavia was a single state, so it was before the breakup of the former Yugoslavia. Today, that provision was watered down, and three former Yugoslavian constitutions have a similar provision, but it is not a provision on abortion. They have a provision on reproductive rights that does not specifically mention abortion. So these three countries mentioned here, Slovenia, Serbia, and North Macedonia, have constitutional reproductive rights provisions. I have not found any high court decisions in these countries that interpret these provisions as containing a right to abortion. I do need to make a little more research on this, but I have so far, and so if anybody here knows and wants to correct me, any comments are much welcome. So, but I have so far not found a single constitutional court decision on this issue. Oh, I'm sorry. Croatia does not have a reproductive rights provision in its constitution, but does have a constitutional court abortion ruling which states that abortion should be allowed during the first trimester. That said, I have not read the original language of the decision, only an English translation, and I need somebody who knows the original language to explain the ruling to me. So far, the ruling to me does not look like it's creating a right to abortion to me, from what I have read. But again, if somebody here has more information about Croatia, that would be very helpful. Germany, of course, as you know very well, is a very, very interesting case as well. It did allow abortion very liberally during communism. Both Germany and Hungary, however, have no constitutional right to abortion. And they have generally restrictive, to some extent considered, at least abortion advocates consider them restrictive regimes on abortion. So they have decriminalized abortion under 3 grounds and up to 12 weeks with counseling. And I know Germany is very strict about this. The Constitutional Court of Germany specifically told the Bundestag, so their parliament, to after they had legalized first trimester abortions, they said you need to change the law and put it back in the criminal code. So abortion remains a criminal offense in Germany, and dissuasive counseling is specifically allowed by the Constitutional Court. So the Constitutional Court said women can be counseled to choose childbirth over abortion. So, so this has actually, I think, although I need to read more articles about it, I think it has had some dissuasive effect because Germany only has a 1% rate of abortions. So that is very interesting. And I wonder if this comes from the counseling or not. So that I need to find out still. When it comes to Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, and the former Czech Republic, it's, I think, maybe standard among all post-communist and Western European countries, which is decriminalization during the first trimester. Bulgaria, however, has a constitutional provision on free obstetric care for mothers. And then I have the states that do protect life from conception, and Poland is among these states, of course. So the Hungarian constitution is probably the most explicit one. It contains a provision that says the life of the fetus shall be protected from the moment of conception. The Slovakian constitution, which is different from the Czech constitution, I found that interesting since they used to be the same country, but now they have different policies on life. So the Slovakia constitution is more pro-life. It says human life is worthy of protection already before birth. So this clearly involves a right to life from conception. They have, however, a constitutional decision on broad reproductive rights that mentions abortion but leaves it up for the legislator to decide how abortion is going to be regulated. Slovakia, however, has a tolerance, I've heard, of abortion. So abortion is tolerated, but it is not legally celebrated as it is, let's say, in America or the Western world. Okay. All right. So for the rest of post-communist nations and the rest of the world, the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, these were some of the countries that had institutionalized communist regimes. These countries had no constitutional right to abortion, but they also had abortion bans throughout, even throughout communism. So they never legalized abortion. So I think these are pretty interesting cases showing that maybe third world and Middle Eastern societies are more traditional, and they just have a greater respect from human life, and regardless of communism, they still did not legalize abortion at any point in time. Okay, so what are my preliminary conclusions? I believe communist nations, well, I don't believe that, I think it's proven, have the highest abortion rates in the world. So Cuba, Vietnam notably have today the highest abortion rates in the world, which is 50%. Around, I think Vietnam oscillates between 40 and 50. Cuba is the same, between 40 and 50. So abortion is used like a contraceptive method, essentially, widely tolerated in culture. Russia was among these, but has taken steps back to reverse the process. It has banned abortion. It has also promoted having children. North Korea now bans abortion as well completely. So one former communist nation and one communist nation have reversed course. Forced abortions did occur during communism in China and North Korea. So this is very particular to communism. I don't think it happened in any Western nation. So forced abortion is part of family planning and population control policies. And as we know, we had devastating effects. So especially in China, where you have an aging population, that I think the ratio in 2050 is going to be 1.6 working age persons to support one elderly person. So they're going to be in big economic trouble by 2050, although we don't see that yet. Most communist countries legalize, tolerate, and subsidize elective abortion, so this was a finding. Two do not, however. So North Korea do not pay for abortions in their public healthcare system. I think this is different from the West too. In the West, you will have not America, never officially. It does so indirectly through funds through Planned Parenthood, for instance, or other ways, but has never paid for abortions. Most communist countries do pay for them, though, directly and provide them. Where legalized, again, it was usually under family planning, population control policies. Some countries had no legalization at all, but it was simply permitted, tolerated, socially accepted, abortion was. African, however, and Middle Eastern nations prohibited abortion throughout. So that is one of my preliminary conclusions. Some post-communist nations have the highest abortion rates in the world. Georgia, in Europe, I'm so sorry, thinking just about Europe, Georgia, Armenia, Bulgaria, for instance, have high abortion rates since communism, which they did not have before communism. But some countries have the lowest abortion rates in Europe, like Poland is a good example of that, Hungary. I don't know if I skipped the slide about Poland, but Poland I considered one of the states that protects human life because of your constitutional court decisions. So the 2020 decision, and then you have a 1997 decision, which recognizes the unborn child's right to life. So even though your constitution does not, your constitutional court has done so. So that is considered constitutional protection regardless. And abortion continues to be banned in Poland except under two grounds. So Poland is also one former communist country that did not validate abortion and that does not allow it. And just to finish, there is I think there's a lot of just politicized scholarly opinion on the correlation between abortion and demographic effects. So many people say, well, abortion is not the only cause of demographic problems. There were other causes. Okay, but I think everybody does agree that there's a correlation of abortion with population decline. It certainly did not help in both communist and post-communist countries that are today experiencing a disproportionately old population versus a smaller working class population. My major conclusion was too that there is no constitutional right to abortion in either communist or post-communist countries. So to me personally, and you can tell me if you disagree, that means that constitutional rights or human rights to abortion are a creation of the Western world. So to me, they're a Western cultural construct, really. They were never perceived that way, to my knowledge, in communist countries, and are not perceived that way today either. Not as a right of a woman or as female empowerment, the way it is promoted in the West. And 3 nations among the post-communist world now recognize a right to life to of the unborn. So that signals to me that things are changing, that abortion is losing some of its support that derives from communism. So thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions.
So it's time for the last speech. To się chowa, tak? Dobra, no to lecimy.
Okay. Although my topic, in the topic of my paper, there is reference to the Israeli-Palestinian war, the topic, in fact, will not be strictly about this war, but about, because, by the way, the topic of the panel is culture wars. I will refer to the Jewish-Polish war, right, which resulted from the discussion of the Israeli-Palestinian war, right, in connection with the debate going on in Poland, right, in reference to this conflict. First, I would like to explain the most important notion that is in the topic of my presentation, namely constructive opposition, because I would like to show today how conflict, how also wars, right, and severe fights can be shifted to the path of, how they needn't develop into even more severe conflicts, but can be reverted to the path of constructive conversations, debates, or what is called here constructive opposition. This notion is very, due to its references to ethics and morality, is very close to dialogue. So I think we can inscribe it to the ethically grounded idea of dialogue. And as proposed by Deborah Tannen in her famous book, The Argument Culture, Moving from Debate to Dialogue, she refers to constructive opposition as to criticism which may develop when people perceive wrongs, as she writes, that they believe must be set right. And whenever opposition is directed also at issues, so it's ad rem, right, follows the ad rem rhetoric, and it's not directed at people, and is also emotion rid. So this is where we could locate here this the ethical or moral background, and also fact or information or informational orientation of this rhetoric, and its balanced way of developing those arguments. Tannen opposes or juxtaposes constructive opposition with what she calls destructive opposition, which for her is simply aggression. When it comes perhaps also to the former notion, it should be stressed that yes, this kind of opposition is mainly fact-based, whereas what happens within destructive opposition is relational, our relational ruptures and very often distortions, breakdowns. Destructive opposition, explained here as or defined as aggression, takes place as automatic criticism, which is very often exaggerated, irrelevant, or misdirected, consists in fighting for its own sake, so there are no clear objectives behind destructive opposition. Very often personal attacks happen, which are mean-spirited, ad personam, following this rhetoric, and people very often group together, right, to produce concerted efforts dedicated to destroying opponents. So these are clearly person or people-centered or focused fights, which take the form of very often ritualized devotion. There are clear social consequences, right, of destructive opposition, which are quite obvious, and we can mention them here. For instance, social confusion, distractions, there should be, right, the fuller notion, distractions from real issues, undermining people's respect for and connection to others, especially to political leaders when we talk about public life, to society or nation. Destructive opposition also stirs up animosities, various kinds of animosities, conflict, hostility, violence, and sets dangerous or troubling patterns, which very often fly out of control. So the question is how to tame destructive opposition, and I would like to show through, with the use of the so-called transformative approach to conflict, how destructive opposition in the sense of aggression can be transformed to its dialogic path, where fact-based argumentation may inscribe in dialogic thinking and communicating. In the diagram which is shown here, right, in the slide, in its left-hand side part, we can see the closed or vicious circle of conflict, which is purely negative, destructive, and alienating. And the human positions which develop or which are exposed here are self-absorbed, and through transformation they can change to responsive, more inclusive positions, demonstrating positive, constructive, connecting and humanizing relations. as I mentioned before, this transformative thinking in communication studies can inscribe in discourse ethics, whose underpinnings, background is shaped through the so-called logic of gift. And within this logic, this is a slightly different way of thinking than in, for instance, linguistic pragmatics, which is clearly goal-oriented. But here we have an individual communicating from the position of a non-possessive approach to meanings. And when meanings are addressed at things become, according to Levinas, right, I'm following here, Levinas, things become givens, and when those givens are given to recipients, they become objects, objects which transform the recipient into a partner, right, of communication. What is developing in such a form of communication is the so-called surplus of meaning, which underlies interpersonal, directly interpersonal dialogue, when oneself can integrate ethically with another through the qualitative subject matter shared between the parties in the so-called humane or participation in the humane community of or participation thus formed with another. So some additional notions that we can provide here is, for instance, or include, for instance, subjective presence or involvement, agency and responsibility in communication. The context for my material is the special statement by a Polish actor, famous Polish actor Cezary Pazura, on accusations addressed at him, accusations of anti-Semitism, after his wife Edyta Pazura inserted a post on her Instagram profile about Benjamin Netanyahu's crimes against humanity in the Israeli-Palestinian war. This is what this insert looked like. The post contained the Israeli Prime Minister's photo with a text containing one reference to Benjamin Netanyahu, who was named explicitly a war criminal, and in this naming, in this label, Edyta Pazura followed a former indication by the Hague Criminal Court that according to which Netanyahu was a war criminal and a genocide perpetrator. As we know, after some time the tribunal withdrew the arrest warrant for the alleged lack of evidence, right? But this is what Pazura followed, right? What motivated her to insert such a text. And in the text we also read that Netanyahu is responsible for murdering, to quote, murdering over 16,000 children for starvation, pain, damages, cruel death, fear, panic in the Gaza Strip. And Pazura's, the wife's purpose was twofold, namely, to go back to my slide, namely, she wanted to point out disproportions in Israeli reactions to the Palestinian attack. Of course, she didn't exempt explicitly in her post the Palestinian side from responsibility also for the conflict, but focused on the Israelis' dealings in the war. And the second aim was to break the wall of silence around the whole conflict. And the post came under severe attack which was issued by an initially unknown man called Heathcliff Janusz Iwanowski. And the attack contained various kinds of arguments. Some of them were personal, where the couple, the wife and the husband, were called, for instance, Polish blonde, which is a very patronizing phrase, anti-Semite, Polish racist, Jew hater. The guy, in reference to the actor, coming from the cul-de-sac, right, from nowhere in Poland, imitating other actors. So he was deprived of his professional or artistic skills. Some of the arguments were stereotypical. For instance, referred to the stereotypical claims that Poland is only for Poles, that these posts contain such assumptions, that the post contain such assumptions, and within the stereotypes, it could also be observed that there were references made to, for instance, stereotypical roles of wives and husbands, and also families, right? That the husband typically represents a paternalistic stance towards the wife, and this is in this case due to a huge age gap between the partners. Some arguments were factual, referred to, for instance, how to the alleged fact that the attacker employed the actor when he held the position of a filmmaker, and it happened several times. There were references to historical issues which are still in the debate between Polish people and Jewish people, about some historical facts, especially involvement of Poles in historical killings and massacres, and also to the present, seemingly present, endless pogrom against Jews, which is going on in the Polish media, performed by Polish celebrities, and there is the generalization, the entire social elite. And of course, the arguments also contained references to emotions, to scare, to hatred, and generalizations like references to patterns of life, that such attitudes on the part of Poles are patterns, right, are repetitive behaviors. Pazura explains his response by claiming that this is his self-defense and also defense of his wife, of the family's good name and honor. I'd like to focus right in my material on some examples, on especially factual examples, in the actors' responses to the accusations, where I think it seems to me, right, that he's quite successful in shifting or changing the so-called vicious circle of conflict, right, which takes people nowhere to the dialogic path by referencing facts, by responding to facts, by providing evidence, by eliminating the level of emotions, for instance, right? And by breaking also stereotypes. So the discussion will be more factual, although it will contain some dialogic action, which is subdivided here in my approach into three types: expressive, relational, and epistemic. So I will focus mainly on epistemic, but we'll see also that there will be some expressive and relational elements that will construct the newer or the more the more positive dialogic world, with human identities emerging here as ipsi identity or personhood, when people are able to discover who they are, right, in this dialogue, when they are able to build, at least they come closer to genuine interpersonal relations and are able to run human action, and they also they are also trying to establish what is here, called here genuine knowledge, consisting in reasoned thinking with another, right? Based not only on facts but also on human experience, lived experience, and how people perceive facts, and how they also communicate their readiness to discuss facts and to understand effects of their debates or discussions. In the first example, so the green sections are which are marked here underline the epistemic kind of action, which may act here as a more constructive responses to destructive or negative opposition. One of the actors' responses to direct accusations of anti-Semitism is the address to Mr. Janusz. I'm using here the Polish-English blend. Mr. Janusz kindly forgot that by moralizing. So the actor is referring here to the attacker's evaluative approach to the actor's and his wife's former action, and this approach, this attitude, is responded to with a contrasting bit of information that the attacker himself, the moment he formulated the attack, was himself under sentence and wanted on an arrest warrant. So this is a factual piece of evidence provided here to respond, right? That and indicate that the attacker is not fully legitimate, right? If he's not pure himself, right, morally or ethically, he's not in a position to formulate attacks and accusations against others. And now the actor's additional response to the facts that were, I mean, to the negation of the violent acts happening in the Gaza Strip, is that he, namely Pazura, is referring to a video then which the attacker posted on his profile, showing, quote, how nobody in the Gaza Strip suffers from hunger but helps themselves to street food, is smiling and very, very fat from overeating. So now we can see that a completely different view, right, was published and popularized by the attacker in order to, again, negate what is going on in the Gaza Strip. Another factual reference to the attacker's claim: I employed him as a filmmaker. I mean, when I was a filmmaker, right? That it should be rephrased a little bit. When I was a filmmaker, I employed him for some of my movies. This is also rejected by the actor in clear references to the movie's producers, which here is the monolith, and Pazura is simply claiming here that what he observed in the information provided about the movie producers is that this person was mentioned there somewhere by his nickname, so among many other people, so he was even difficult to recognize, right, as a separate producer. So even though this institutional role of the film producer was rejected on such grounds. And also in the claim, the actor's claim, I don't recognize you. I never signed any contract with you, and you made only 9 films, whereas I made over 100. So also these 2 positions are placed in an asymmetrical order, yes, to contrast them. and also the filmmaker's role is questioned here as a culture creator, that the attacker tries to expose about himself, and the actor is responding in words such as culture is not created by insulting someone by offending someone. This is not how culture is created. Of course, there are many references to historical issues, like, for instance, to the fact that the actor, the surprise that the attacker identifies himself as a Jew, right? And by presentations, by the actor's presentations, that he knew himself many Jews, and they were different. For instance, the example of Shevach Weiss is provided, and Shimon Shurmei, the director of the latter one, the director of the Jewish theater, with whom, with both of them, the actor shared his much of his time, also some of his private life, and yeah. The accusations against Poles' present or alleged xenophobia are responded to not directly by Jewish-Polish relations, but by very recent evidence about how Poles behaved in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, and there are some facts provided that, well, Polish people are not perhaps xenophobic because of the help that they could provide to other nations, right, in need. And also some family facts. I'm referring here to example 6, are provided from family life by the Pazuras, where the actor simply comments on how which institutional duties and which entitlements are provided and are at hand for his wife, and how she is treated with respect and with dignity, and how what this social role of the wife is in Polish society. Okay.
I'm very sorry, but I need to
okay,
interrupt you.
I understand it. A very final word of summary that I'd like to add are those elements which are marked in the actor's final statement, marked in red, blue and green. The red ones indicate relational effects of this communication and the hope stemming from, at least on the side of the actor, that this may affect also the accuser and his change of the position towards the accused, and how in the blue sections the identities of the accusation's recipients are hoped to develop, right, according to ethical and moral standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I hate to interrupt anybody, but you know, it seems that our time for our session elapsed about 10 minutes ago. I asked the organizers if we can get some extra minutes for discussion. They refused. So I need to wind up this session. Thank you for being here with us this morning, and on behalf of our audience, thanks our panelists for your marvelous speeches. Thank you very much.
we are starting last plenary panel, third, which is entitled Rediscovering the Transcendental Dimension of the Human Person in the Social Sciences. The panel will be conducted, moderated by Professor Michał Gierycz, and the keynote speaker will be Sister Helen Alford, who will honor us with a lecture. But before I give a floor to Professor Gierycz, I would like to say something else. Sister Alford gave a lecture to our students 2 days ago, and it was a very interesting lecture. Not only intellectual, but in some deeper sense also. Very powerful speech. So I can't wait to hear what Sister Alford have prepared for us today. And now, Professor Gierycz, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. So I will be very short to not prolong this waiting. I just want to introduce to you Sister Helen Alford, who, as you see, is a member of the Order of Dominican Sisters of St. Catherine of Siena. She was born in London, United Kingdom, and graduated with a doctorate in engineering at University of Cambridge. Afterwards, she focused on, in her research on economy and ethics and economy and Catholic social doctrine. And she is a full professor at Pontifical University on St. Thomas Aquinas Angelicum in Rome. She is a dean of Faculty for Social Sciences there. And she is also, since 2023, a president of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. And maybe I will also add, because it's a part of, let's say, Polish experience, that she also teaches in the Institute of Culture of St. John Paul II, and the course on social teaching. This is the floor is yours. We are really happy that you are with us today.
Well, it's really, really great to be here. It's great to see so many students. Wonderful. And I would like to join everybody else who has spoken so far, thanking the organizers, especially Michał, all his team, all the people who are helping, the funders too, because you can't do events without funds as well. So thank you to all of you for making this conference possible. So I decided to talk under this title, Rediscovering the Transcendent Dimension of the Human Person in the Social Sciences. And I'd just like to say something about this picture, first of all, which is produced by a big project which this young man sitting in front of me has started. Let's Paint Catholicism Again, it's called in English, though I think Painting Catholicism Anew would be even better title. We had a discussion about this. The whole project is painting the mysteries of the Rosary. So you can see here one of the paintings of the Visitation. And the thing that's so moving and beautiful about this picture, I think, is that you can see the two human beings meeting each other, but you can also see represented in the colors this presence of God. You know, so God isn't taking away from the human beings, isn't distorting in any way, but is present there with the human beings. So I think very, very beautiful image for us to use in this talk. I would like to leave it there for the first part of the talk, then I'll start using the slides a bit more. So, those of you who were at the class, by the way, earlier this week, you will recognize some of this. About 20% of this lecture overlaps with what I said earlier this week, and I tried to do that so give you a little bit of an introduction to what was going to happen today. So, I would like to present arguments for the following thesis. Recognition of the transcendent, that is not immanent, or spiritual dimension of the human person. We'll also use supernatural in this lecture, you'll see this. So recognition of this dimension of the human person is necessary for a proper understanding of human life and social phenomena on the part of the social sciences, within social sciences, not just offloaded onto other subjects, onto theology or onto philosophy, but within the social sciences. Okay. Now, if our sociological and political theories do not recognize this dimension, they will be missing an element that is essential to their own respective fields. Now, this lack shows up especially when they come to creating syntheses of their analyses. They're very good at doing analyses. Okay? The problem shows up when you try to create syntheses in order to propose solutions to social problems. This is an extremely important role of social sciences today, given the kind of social problems that we're facing. Being able to synthesize results across the disciplines in order to give good solutions to problems. This is a very, very important role, and if we have difficulty with it, it's a big problem for us. Now, another way of saying this is this: not recognizing the transcendent dimension also means not recognizing an intrinsically important social dimension to the human person. Okay? We can recognize an instrumentally important social dimension, but not intrinsically important social dimension. So I want to try and explain this a bit more and then move into some thinkers to help us deepen it. So in the modern and contemporary synthesis, which is the philosophical framework within which the social sciences were born as independent bodies of knowledge, the crucial goal to be achieved is full individual freedom, understood as the free exercise of the will in unencumbered free choices. As the first line in the first Human Development Report in 1990 put it, produced by the UN Development Programme, human development is a process of enlarging people's choices. That's what human development is. Enlarging people's choices, having more choice. Okay. Now, with such a goal, our social relations, our relations with other people, can only ever be instrumental. This is what we were just saying a moment ago. They can only ever be instrumental to achieving our own individual goals and to the exercise of our own individual free will and our own free choice. As a result, the social and public sphere becomes the place to decide about all the instrumental and procedural goods that are needed to promote the exercise of individual choice and the operation of individual freedom. This means that we decide together about all those things that we hear about, talked about on the television and in public discourse today. For instance, the rule of law involving equal treatment and the protection of various freedoms and rights, such as freedom of expression and freedom of belief. So we talk a lot about this. Then we have to agree policies in various fields, such as education, industry, and health. You know, policies are instrumental goods. If we don't like the policy, we change the policy. It's only good for something else. Okay. We also discuss various types of infrastructure, such as telecommunications, transport, energy. Infrastructure is another instrumental good, helping us achieve our individual, intrinsically important goals. Probably most important of all, we talk about economic growth and economic development, because the whole idea here is we need to create as much economic wealth as possible, which then we distribute according to that rule of law and equal treatment and all these procedures and policies that we have, some way that we consider fair. It's distributed to all of us, and then each of us individually can achieve our own goals using these economic resources. So economic growth becomes really, really important in the public sphere because of this framing we have of the world. So politicians, we think we have a lot of people doing politology here, that's good. Politicians are less likely to be judged at the end of their mandate on the basis of, for instance, how much they favored the participation of their people in the political process, or the quality of deliberation that they promoted on political issues. they're much less likely to be judged on that basis than on the basis of instrumental issues, such as how much did GDP increase during their mandate, or what investment in infrastructure was carried out, or how much foreign direct investment came into the country, and so on and so on, all these indicators that we use. So, as we said, the modern social sciences, we're talking about things like sociology, psychology, political science, economics, and law, are all, apart from law, which has an older history but experiences a lot of tensions, and we were hearing about this from Professor Nogal this morning, because of this situation it's in, all of them, apart from law, are, we could say, born out of the side of philosophy. We can use this analogy to the Genesis story. They're born out of the side of philosophy in the modern period. They don't exist, the social sciences, before the modern period, except for law. Law is the only one that does. It was philosophers thinking about these topics before. So they separate themselves off from philosophy in this period. We start, the first one to emerge is economics, which, by the way, is born in Italy in the 1750s and not in Scotland in the 1770s, despite what the British want to tell you, okay? The first treatise of economics is published by an Italian priest, 1756, in Antonio Genovese. So these sciences have been set up to create results that align with the modern world view, because of course they're heavily influenced by the philosophical and theological presuppositions of modernity. Economics is interesting because it's the earliest one to emerge, so we see a kind of a change in economics. Economics has become a science that is only focused on the creation and management of wealth. It's an important instrumental good, but only an instrumental good. The idea that ethical concerns could drive economic output, which you do find in some of the early economists, some of the early thinking, because economics is developing in this transition period. This has now been displaced with the idea that ethics can only act as a constraint on our free economic choice. It cuts down our possibilities for innovation and development. And of course, it's one of the key reasons why the big companies developing AI today don't know what to do with ethics. They're trying to say they're doing something with ethics, but it's not very clear what they're doing. And they're absolutely against any kind of regulation because they see this as just narrowing down and reducing their possibilities to innovate. This is the framing, you know. So modern social sciences have accepted this framing. They've been born out of it and they carry on along this line. They avoid, therefore, proposing solutions that involve any intrinsically important goals. Their job is to propose instrumental goods, policies, procedures, laws, all this kind of stuff. Okay. Now, this can sometimes create problems for them. And I saw this. I'll give you a practical example. Earlier this year, I went to a conference on love of neighbor. Okay, it was promoted by various groups, including the Human Flourishing Project at Harvard, which some of you may know about. And it was striking to see how the theologians and philosophers had their sessions and the social scientists had their sessions. And there wasn't much going on between these two groups, you know, even though they had a shared interest in the idea of love of neighbor. Now, if we think about love, it's only really understandable in relationships if there's something intrinsically important about the relationship. You know, many literary classics poke fun at people whose love only extends to getting something out of somebody else for their own good. You know, it's funny, it's tragic, you know, it's all those kinds of things. Nevertheless, the modern worldview has difficulty recognizing the role of love in social systems. And so love of neighbor and other really important research projects, topics for a good social life, a good social order, have not developed as important lines of research in the social sciences. And it's one of the reasons why the Human Flourishing Project in Harvard is trying to do something about that now. Well, you might say to me, well, modernity has been here for about 250 years now, and, you know, it's not that bad. You know, if we look around at other parts of the world that haven't been through that process that we've been through, we don't necessarily want to be like those parts of the world, you know. No system is perfect, you know, perfect is the enemy of the good, all this sort of thing. You know, we've got a lot of benefits, we might say, out of this system. Furthermore, if seeing the social dimension of life in instrumental terms is so problematic, why have we been putting up with it for 250 years? You know, why wasn't there more reaction earlier? Okay, well, of course, there were some people reacting to it, but they were only marginal voices. So I think a more complete answer to that question we need to put in two parts. So the first part of the answer is that until fairly recently, so of this 250-year period, until fairly recently, I would say not before the 1960s in the West, the modern synthesis could not fully express itself because it operated within a world in which, in practice, there were social goals, intrinsically important goals, okay? Such as, for instance, the promotion of the nation, since national identity was strong, or there were strong religious communities that also created at least a significant enough minority with a shared identity that allowed the modern synthesis to function within these relatively cohesive communities without too much difficulty. So in this context, proposing purely instrumental solutions, just another policy, just another procedure, just another of this kind of thing, proposing this kind of solution to societal problems in such a world where you have these communities that are providing this social glue, if you like, it could work well enough, since these communities had the resources to absorb technocratic solutions on a practical level in a relatively effective way. So I give you an example of how this would have happened in the past. In the business sphere, for instance, you know, Christian ethicists would encourage business people to practice the virtue of integrity. You know, bring your whole self into the workplace. Bring your Christian values into the workplace. Even if the basic economic framework of the business was it's the property of the owners and its only goal is to make a return for the owners. So it's only instrumental goals. Okay? But you were encouraged to bring your values into it, and that kind of balances this and kind of allows it to work. We're talking to our politologist people over here. Maybe there's some politologists over here too. Anyway, I think this is another way of saying what Ernst Wolfgang Birkenförder has said about democracy, that it can only exist on the basis of values that it itself can't produce, but that nevertheless undergird it, that come from outside it, okay? So once the source of those values, which could be national feeling, it could be shared culture, it could be religious inspiration, it could be a combination of these, maybe something else as well. Once these sources start to disappear, then democracy, and indeed the whole modern synthesis itself, starts to show its weaknesses. And so this leads us to the second part of the answer to that question. Why are we talking about this now? You know, not 250 years ago. It's precisely because we are losing the types of community that undergird modernity, that we now face problems that modernity didn't have to face before. These are new problems for modernity too. Modernity developed in the context of, to promote it developed to promote individual freedom in the face of strong social systems that exerted significant limits on the exercise of free choice. The problem seemed to be, in that time, that there was a lack of freedom for the individual. Now, we almost seem to experience the opposite problem. We have so much individual freedom that we face epidemics of loneliness. You may know that there's a minister for loneliness in the UK government now. to deal with this problem. Yeah. We have family breakdown, very high level. You know, we have depression and mental illness, people just locked in their own world, unable to make good enough relationships with other people that can help them get out of these problems, and so on and so on. It's our shared identity and our belonging to each other that seems to be more in danger in our age than our exercise of individual freedom. And this is compounded by the fact that our systems today are increasingly globalized. And when you get to the global level, there is no historical set of shared goals, no shared culture, no shared religion, no shared language, none of these social frameworks that could give some meaning or purpose to these globalized systems, which are mostly economic, you know, trade and especially finance, you know, these kinds of systems. We do have, and I'm sure I'm going to get some pushback on this, I would say, thank God, we do have Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but I would immediately agree, it's kind of a beginning of a global ethic, but I would immediately agree with the people who push back on this, that it's very recent, it's very fragile, it's easily captured by a subjective concept of rights, and it's more and more contested today by non-Western parts of the world as an imposition on them of Western thinking. So it's not very helpful, it's not very effective, UDHR. So, in the face of the loss of social goals, our intellectual institutions, and we're talking especially about our social sciences at the moment, are not well set up to provide us with helpful solutions. Since they too, and here we mention universities as a whole, have mostly lost the communal dimension that they once had. Because I think it's true that even though universities have been pumping out modern thinking for the last couple of centuries, they nevertheless usually combine this with a sense of promoting their national identity, often, the culture of their home nation. Now, I'd say, certainly the average university in UK, where I come from, you know, if you went to them and said, your goal is to promote British national identity or English national, they would be horrified. They would want to absolutely distance themselves from any such thing. You know. Now, there are some good, it's not all bad in terms of British history, this thinking. But nevertheless, with the problem we're talking about now is the source of social goals. I think we can also see a parallel situation in the Catholic universities. Let's bring it a bit close to home. You know, they even have difficulty in maintaining a shared Catholic identity because doing so is seen to be narrowing down the individual academic freedom of each of the members of the university, so stopping them from doing things. It's exactly like the AI companies don't want to be constrained by these ethical principles. So they feel like they're constraining individual academic freedom and even excluding what could be really good university members for teaching or research. So the sum of this is that all the modern sciences and the modern intellectual institutions do not like shared goals. They want to keep distance between themselves and any kind of sense of a shared goal. And yet, we need forms of knowledge that can present us with solutions to the problems we face today, which we said something about a moment ago. Continuing to present purely instrumental solutions to our problems is not going to provide the insight needed. So this is why we're talking about rediscovering the transcendental dimension. In order to give the social sciences the tools to respond to the current socio-political crisis, we need to search for ways to reinsert them into a transcendent worldview. We could probably do other things as well, but you'll see a bit later why I'm really focusing on that, because I think it really gets to the root of the problem. Okay, it's a very big project. It's like a kind of new enlightenment project in a way, we could say. But I think if we set ourselves this agenda, we work together towards it, we can hope to make significant steps forward in this direction. Especially I'm talking to the young people, okay? This is a big project for you, okay, in the future. So for the rest of this talk, I want to start taking a few steps forward in this direction, beginning with a kind of framing, okay, a theological framing provided by Pope John Paul II, using especially Evangelii Gaudium, which is, we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of it this year, and a parallel framing, sort of to have a dialogue, a parallel framing from a political point of view from Robert Schuman, whom I'm sure most of you recognize as one of the founding fathers of what's become European Union. And then go on to discuss this thesis with material from these two thinkers. Don Luigi Sturzo, who's a very interesting Italian. You can see he's a priest, but he was mayor of his town in Sicily, Caltagirone, and he founded the first party in Italy in 1919 that was connected with the Christian tradition, the Italian Partito Popolare. He was exiled during the fascist period, and he wrote the main book which we're going to use today while he was in exile. And it's first published in English, actually, and only later in Italian. And then the other figure is Arthur Friedrich Utz. He's a Dominican, as you can see. He's Swiss, although he joined the German province of the Dominicans. I'll say a bit more about him in a moment. I want to add here, we could also have used, with great effect, I think, the personalist thinkers of the Lublin school, the Polish personalists. But I didn't want to risk bringing coals to Newcastle, as we say in English, when we risk explaining something to people who know a lot more about it than we do. Okay, so, but I would definitely say they're a big part of this project. Okay, so we're going to first have a slide about a theological and a political framing. The first quote I want to take from Centesimus Annus, which I think is very simple but very helpful. The theological dimension is needed both for interpreting and solving present-day problems in human society. Okay, so not just solving, I'm focusing on the solving issue, but he's also saying interpreting, so understanding them. You know, I think that's simple and very important. From Evangelium Vitae, when the sense of God is lost, the sense of man is also threatened. He no longer considers life as a splendid gift of God, something sacred, entrusted to his responsibility, and thus also to his loving care and veneration. So this sense of kind of wonder in front of life, you know. Life itself becomes a mere thing, we'll say more about this, which man claims as his exclusive property. And then a bit later it says, once all references to God has been removed, it is not surprising that the meaning of everything else becomes profoundly distorted. You know, from veneration, we start to treat life as a thing. That's a distortion. He says nature itself, from being mother, is now reduced to being matter, and is subjected to every kind of manipulation. We could take a side road off at this point towards Laudato Si. We're not going to do that, but you can see where that could go. It is clear that the loss of contact with God's wise design is the deepest root of modern man's confusion. And I think this is why I want to talk about transcendent dimension coming to social sciences. Because I think if we're really going to do this project, we have to start with the deepest root. You know, I think that you could have other levels, you know, work on other levels, and they would be valuable and good. But let's sort of have the courage to look at the deepest root. Last quote from Evangelium Vitae. The values of being are replaced by those of having. The only goal which counts is the pursuit of one's own material well-being. So you can see the sort of loss of this dimension as a sort of a reduction down. Life becomes a thing, and pursuit of one's well-being is pursuit of material well-being, full stop. You can see again the economic aspect very, very heavily present here. Okay, so that's something from John Paul. Then two quotes from Schuman from his book that comes from right at the end of his life. It's kind of a collection of his speeches and talks for Europe, pour l'Europe. This is the first quote. he says, the position of the Democrat can be defined as follows. It is impossible for him to accept that the state systematically ignores the religious factor. This is very important. It's impossible to accept that the state systematically ignores the religious factor. Then he carries on, the state cannot, without injustice and harm to itself, fail to recognize the extraordinary effectiveness of religious inspiration in the practice of civic virtues, in the much-needed safeguarding against the forces of social disintegration that are at work everywhere. Now, you might say the second half of that quote could be compatible with this earlier way of dealing with modernity that I was talking about, you know, where he says, we need religious inspiration, we need practice of civic virtues, and these sorts of things safeguard us against social disintegration. You could say, well, that's what we've been doing up to now, kind of thing. This is the Birkenford thing. The religious people bring their values in and they help democracy work, kind of thing. But I think the first part of that quote goes a bit further, where he says, the position of the Democrat can be defined as well. It is impossible for him to accept that the state systematically ignores the religious factor without doing injustice and harm to itself. This is a bit what I think we want to say about the social sciences. If they keep ignoring this transcendent dimension, they start doing harm to themselves, to their capacity to deal with issues. And then the last quote, and we finish the framing, he says, a role for the church, a role for the politician. The church must be vigilant in regarding respect for the natural law and of revealed truths. I think we definitely find this in Pope John Paul II. We'll focus on natural law in what we say with Arthur Friedland Woods. Then the role of the politician, if he is responsible, consists, he says, in reconciling in a synthesis which is often delicate but necessary, these two orders of consideration, the sacred and the profane. So he's really convinced a politician, it's not easy, it's quite difficult, but a politician can do this, So we should be encouraging our young future politologists and politicians to be thinking about how to do this. Okay, so with this framing in mind, I want to move to 3 quotes, I think, mostly, and a discussion about them from Luigi Sturzo, from his book, his 1947 book, The True Life, which has the subtitle, Sociology of the Supernatural. So his main goal in this book is to make sociology more realistic. He wants to help sociology become more itself, better. For the object of sociology, he says, should be the study of society in the concrete. Okay? This means it needs to take into account human beings as they are. So also what he calls a supernatural dimension of human life. Otherwise, sociology isn't being realistic. It's studying some imaginary world, not the real world that's in front of it. And this is the first quote. Their sociology, meaning the mainstream sociology, remains on the purely natural plane, as if a natural society really existed, free from any influence of the supernatural, when on the contrary, all that does exist is a society making a real synthesis with the supernatural. You know, we have to deal with it, not run away from it. Nevertheless, on the positive side, he recognizes that sociology up to this time, and the sociology we still have today, has its merits. It's not all bad. He has 3 things in particular which he says it does very well. It has produced interesting studies, he says. Okay, that's a bit generic. Penetrating analyses, this is very important. And then I think the most interesting one, advanced the knowledge of social structure. So it's done all those things. But, he says, it cannot find a scientific synthesis, a synthesis within its own subject area. No. So this concrete approach, which is rooted in history for him, will mean that Sturzo cannot speak about the supernatural in some kind of generic sense. He will have to speak about Christianity, for instance, and to make reference to other religions, because they too are part of the concrete expression of human history. He will propose that we need different sociologies related to the different historical religions, just as we are already used to having different sociologies that are based on different ideas about human freedom. Now we have a sociology based on individual liberty, or there are many kinds of sociology which are based on one or other form of social determinism. So we're used to having different kinds of sociology. We need to add to this set a group that's based on different religions. And he says, a Mohammedan, which is a sort of older English way of saying Muslim, a Mohammedan or Hindu sociologist has the experience of his own religion and of the environment in which he lives. Hence, he will present problems otherwise than a Christian sociologist, even if he does not go into religious and supernatural questions. This is all about taking this transcendent dimension seriously in a concrete way, okay, using concrete experience of history. So I want to summarize his position, and then I'll say one more point about him and then move on to Utz. With this quote, he says, "It is not a case of theology, but of true sociology, when the supernatural is studied in its sociological values. Theological knowledge will be necessary. It needs to have some input, just as philosophy is necessary for sociology. When we're looking at natural society, its reflexes of rationality, or psychology is necessary to find its psychic reflexes, the psychic reflexes of society. So to interpret society, he says, in the light of any one of these sciences alone would be to reduce it to philosophy or psychology or something else, and thus to fall into the very abstractionism that has been so roundly criticized in these pages. And since the supernatural surpasses and crowns the natural, yet in the close connection of the two, or coexistence of the two, the sociological study of the first, that's the supernatural, presupposes that of the second, the natural, and only thus is it possible for sociology to come to interpret the synthesis of such coexistence in human society, a synthesis which is or might be conclusive. And I think this is where we get this core problem about trying to produce a synthesis which is the basis of offering solutions to problems. Okay, one last comment about Sturzo. He's using primarily a historical approach. Okay, I wanted to bring him in as a thinker who gives priority to history over philosophy. The next section will be on philosophy. It's interesting to note that he argues that history only comes into being because we have a social goal, or what Sturzo calls a collective finalism. And it is through transcendence that we can arrive at that shared goal and the real historical process. So he says history is only of a group identity, I'm quoting him here, only those who have developed the sense of belonging to a group can truly act in history and make history, so that history itself is the very activity of a social group in its process. The personality of the group is really living with a unity not psychological or mechanical, but moral, historical. Such personality gives birth to a collective finalism, which is the welfare of the group and its members, and which, taken as a whole, transcends the exigencies of the individuals and even present life pressing forward to the future. Okay, so there's a lot of talk here about how the social goal is part of the good human life here. Okay, so now we're going to move to a more philosophical approach with Arthur Friedel Utz. He's going to focus on the social goal of the common good because he's a very classic natural law thinker. So we're going to be looking at our problem using those resources. We're going to use the last volume of his magisterial 5-volume Social Ethics. The last volume is on political ethics. He wrote this right at the end of his life. And I'd like us to remember that Pope John Paul II chose Arthur Friedel Utz as one of the key founding members of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. So he wanted him involved in this founding moment of the Academy, and I always feel very honored by the fact that I'm only the second Dominican to be appointed to the Academy after him. So I feel like he's the Elijah and I'm the Elisha. His cloak is fallen on my shoulders and I have to carry it forward, this thing. So, and I want to hand on things to the next generation, okay? We have a Dominican student here as well. Okay, So Utz starts his book by saying that we need to clarify the theory of knowledge. Remember, we were talking about how social sciences are born in the modern period and they receive a certain framing. Okay, so we need to clarify the theory of knowledge we're using. Okay, not least because he maintains, as we said, and I just quote him here, the history of the development of the social and political sciences is profoundly connected with the history of knowledge as a whole. So, first of all, I'm going to add something that I didn't put into the version I sent to the respondents. Sorry, this is a little bit extra, because listening to the conference, I decided to put this in. So, he talks here about, first, I've got two quotes from him about this theory of knowledge. This is the first one. He's comparing the natural law tradition to modern social sciences, the way knowledge is seen in these two traditions. So he starts off, Aristotelian ethics, which of course is crucial for natural law thinking, is not a doctrine of values, but a doctrine on the final goals of human beings. It is concerned with the ends to which human nature and its faculties are predisposed. Man cannot change anything in these predispositions, just as he cannot use the human stomach for anything other than the intake of food in order to preserve physical energy. And then he says an interesting thing, a point of contact he sees between the modern social sciences and the natural law thinker. Both the empiricist, he says, he used the word empiricist for the modern social scientist, both the empiricist and the philosopher agree in formulating at an extrinsic level the principle that in order to avoid harmful consequences, man's natural predispositions must be respected. However, the motivation for the universal validity of this principle differs between the two. And then he first of all talks about what the modern social scientists do. The empiricist gathers multiple particular experiences into an overall judgment. You know, those of us working in social sciences, we know this. You know, you get as many data points as possible. You get as many research studies as possible. You use as many research methods as possible. You try to get as good a grounding on the empirical level, and then you try to form a sort of judgment on the basis of this data, you know, kind of averaging out maybe, or sort of position that looks like what's good on the basis. You're going to have lots of diversity in the data, but you're trying to look for what's the sort of result of using this data. This is what AI is doing, as we know, you know. Trillions of data points are being put together to come up with some kind of response to our questions, to ChatGTP and all that stuff. Okay, so he says, but the philosopher does something else. The philosopher, on the other hand, justifies the principle not with particular experiences, even though experience is important, very important, but he doesn't justify the principle with experiences, but with the essence of human predispositions. So we have to do a different kind of thinking. We have to go beyond the data level to move to this universal level, or metaphysical level, which I'm sure other people have talked about a lot more than I have time to do here. And you might say, yeah, but that's, I mean, how do you do that? You know, but in the next slide, we'll talk about how the social sciences also have their way of abstracting. We'll look at that in a minute. This is the abstraction that we need to do in the natural law tradition he's talking about. Move to this different level, the essence of human predispositions. And then he says, interesting, he is unable to indicate the time within which, in the event of abuse of natural predispositions, harmful consequences will ensue. However, he knows that as a logical consequence, and therefore necessarily, the abuse of an essential predisposition will in some way, sooner or later, take its toll. And we had a very good presentation this morning from a law professor from Ave Maria, showing about the abortion laws in communist countries and how some of the countries have started reversing them because they start to see the negative effects of this abuse of this predisposition. So, okay, that's the first thing about the theory of knowledge. So this empirical modern way of thinking, this theory of knowledge, this is the second thing he wants to say, developed because of the impact of natural sciences. I was talking about individual choice at first, but there's also this other factor, impact of natural sciences. Some people were talking about impact of Newton yesterday. This is very important. Physics was the leading science at the time, and everybody's trying to be like Newton and like physics. You know. So the natural law approach displaces the natural science approach displaces the natural law approach with regard to social systems. And here we see his comment about this. An attempt was made to achieve precision. We all want to have precision, don't we? An attempt was made to achieve precision, which is understandable in the natural sciences, in the field of the humanities. How? He says, by substantivizing, so to speak, the different aspects under which human action can be considered. So, he says, economics comes to be seen separately from economic action, and politics separately from political action. So what's happening here? Because in the older way of thinking, the important thing is human action. And human action can be seen under different aspects. We can see an economic dimension to it, we can see a political dimension to it, and so on. But the category that we're looking at is human action. What happens in these sciences is that you start to separate out the economic dimension of human action into a sort of system in its own right. And you even see this in the language. I learned this from Stefano Zamani just recently, that the word economics was coined in 1615 by a French thinker. First time it's used as a noun. Somebody not that famous, I can't even remember his name now. He wrote a book in which economics is used as a noun for the first time. It's this substantivizing process that he's talking about. Before, it was only ever used as an adjective or an adverb, adverb of the action, or an adjective describing, the economic aspect of the household, or something like this, So you actually see in the language this creation of this substantivizing. So economics gets separated off as a separate system, and so does politics get separated off as a separate system from human action. Okay, and we're trying to do this so that just like we can say with Boyle's law with the gas, certain things are going to happen, we can then say there's certain intrinsic laws to these systems, because we're using the natural science model for the way we think about social systems. So in economics, as he says, we get a certain intrinsic law, namely the rule of competition, without taking into account what in reality is essentially linked to economic action as human action. Remember, we said we used to tell the business people, take your full self into work, even if the business is only about competing and creating as much wealth as possible. Still try to bring yourself in. But the system isn't taking account of this holistic view of what is the human good. Similarly, politics becomes considered a process of struggle for power, which takes place according to another intrinsic law, which is democracy. So the best way to allocate power is through democracy. The best way to allocate and create economic goods is through competition and markets. So we start to get this way of thinking. So, final point, and then I will finish. This leads us to discuss political action. For him, this is the really important thing. Not so much the political system, political action from a natural law perspective in this slide. So he says political action is linked to practical reason. The object of practical reason is the good based on being human. Since human beings are social beings, find the goods necessary for their material intellectual development only in union with other human beings. They need a global, so-called perfect society, which is designated as the state, which is not the same as our states. Our states are not perfect, so they're trading with each other. But, so in this metaphysical world, state is the overall body in which people can find all their goods together as community. So the ultimate goal of all human beings united in the state is therefore the object of political action. The ultimate goal of all human beings united in the state is therefore the object of political action, defined as an action dictated by practical reason, which, starting from a concept of the common good in line with moral responsibility, seeks to influence state decision-making. And he compares it in his text to Weber's definition of power. Any possibility to make one's will prevail in a social relation, including in the face of opposition, whatever might be the basis for that possibility. So it's your will prevailing in a social relation. I mean, this is classic modern thinking, my will over somebody else's. Instead of what he's talking about, trying to achieve together this shared common good. And he says, from the natural law point of view, this Weberian definition would be considered a kind of degeneration of man, he says, compared to politics within the natural law tradition. So we can see here that for Utz, the problem is primarily to reinsert politics within the frame of the common good, the social goal par excellence. So I want to conclude. I hope I have at least given some pointers towards how the social sciences could be reinserted into a transcendent worldview, especially using texts from Sturzo, and into the framework of the common good, thereby allowing social goals once more to take their place in social thought, using the thought of Utz. As we said at the beginning, these are only first steps. This is a very big project, but I think it's one that's really worthwhile to pursue, also for the future generations. Because of the challenges the social sciences need to help society face today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Alford. I think that we really get a lot of ideas during your talk, and we saw that ignoring this transcendent dimension of human person leads to the distortion of the sense of the community, of the politics, and in the end to the sense of our lives. So, as you mentioned, this quotation from Utz, the generation of men. So it also has an impact on social sciences, which in the end are disconnected from the social reality. These are serious problems, and also very serious questions how to overcome this situation. And I'm really glad that we are able to discuss it with really distinguished scholars. And I invite to the Presidium three very well-known in Poland professors, Professor Agnieszka Maria-Nogel from Warsaw University, Dr. Dariusz Karłowicz, and Professor Krzysztof Marian Koseła. I will just introduce a bit yourself. So Professor Agnieszka Nogel is a Polish philosopher of politics. She's a professor at University of Warsaw. She's a co-founder and member of the board of the journal Civitas, which is a journal devoted to studies in political philosophy. In her academic work, she focuses on the contemporary transformations of public sphere and human rights. She also devotes her research to reflection on Kantian vision of human dignity. And she's also well known from public engagement in public discussions. So we are really happy that Professor is with us. Professor Krzysztof Koseła is renowned Polish sociologist, professor of humanities. He was a dean of Faculty of Philosophy and Sociology at the University of Warsaw. For many years, he was a head of the Department of Sociological Research Methodology at Warsaw University. His research interests include sociological methodology, sociology of religion, sociology of youth, and he was author of the first research devoted to John Paul II generation, which were held in Poland. So I could develop that list of different kind of engagements. He was also served as at the Council of the Public Opinion Research Center. We are really glad that Professor is with us today. And Dr. Dariusz Karłowicz, he is a philosopher, publicist, academic teacher, book publisher. He is co-founder and editor-in-chief of the philosophical yearbook Teologia Polityczna, so political theology. as well as an animator of the whole community of intellectuals gathered around this journal. He's a president of St. Nicholas Foundation, which organizes different social campaigns, and also since 2020, he is the program director of the Institute of John Paul II, Institute of Culture of St. John Paul II at the Angelicum University. Yes, I could say also much more, but I think that we are most interested in discussion. So my proposal is, I would like ask every of panelists to comment for around 12 minutes the talk of Professor Alford. Then there will be time for reply from the side of sister, and then we will have a time for common discussion. Please, Professor Nogal, maybe you could start.
To start with, I would like to say thank you for your wonderful presentation, and to share my impression, my personal impression, which I have meeting people from not only Europe, but to say more broadly all over the world. You know, sometimes we realizing that although we don't know each other, we are thinking the same terms, we are trying to achieve the same goals, and that was my first impression after your speak, that we are thinking so similarly. We recognize also problems very similarly. Of course, because we are living in the same world. Yeah. So that world is politically divided, ideologically divided, but at the same time, it is still a real and common world with common problems. And I appreciate very much your way of precise pointing out those problems. And of course, I have to agree. Yes, there is nothing to make a comment to that list of problems, and I am also agree on the way how we should deal with those problems. And I prepared my part of the speech, and I will leave it without presentation, because I have a little bit different impression after hearing, what you presented, and maybe in Poland we are in a little bit easier situation, because, of course, that type of modernity based on Kantian vision of the subject was very scientifically and economically successful. And that success, economic success, created circumstances in which it may grow also in philosophical terms or philosophical dimension. Because as you started, if you move away the idea of natural right, so the borderlines of individual action, ethical borderlines of individual action, you will have the broadening sphere of possibilities of technical actions and productions and selling and buying. It was efficient. Yes, but from Polish perspective, it's at the same time a kind of northern way of thinking and acting, and northern philosophy, not ours. It was criticized in Polish philosophy, for instance, by Mickiewicz, as a Prussian way of thinking and action. And of course, after that, inside the tradition of Polish philosophy, many problems were pointed out, because at the same time it was alien from above, from Prussia, yes, during the partition of Poland, throwing on our heads and not only political but also social life. So Polish philosophers were against it because of the political context, but at the same time they realized that it is more efficient, yes, in economical term. So it was a problem for them how to cope with the Prussian efficiency, military efficiency, much more better than Polish one, based on common good and natural law, and of course market economy, also more efficient, and political efficiency. Poland were in chaos, very individualistic in terms not of Kantian way of understanding of individualism. So in my opinion, for us maybe it's easier to cope with that problem because it has a longer story, and I can also present a solution, or maybe a partial solution at least, to show it as a contingent, historically contingent. It was useful, it was efficient, it was economically good for development in material terms, but it gets its limits under our eyes. Yes, so now it doesn't produce a wealth anymore. Yes, so that Prussian northern, I don't want to use terms east and west because it's misleading. I prefer to use terms north and south. South means Italy, papacy, Latin and common good tradition, and also Greek and Rome tradition. And at the same time, north means Prussia, Kant, Weber. It's not a coincidence that all of those names are coming from very concrete, particular tradition. So we can show that that tradition was efficient, but it's not efficient anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask Professor Kosela for his comments.
Thank you, Professor Alford, because this text and your presentation, two of them, they multiplied questions, as a matter of fact. Multiplied. One diagnosis seemed to me very, very valid. It is this diagnosis that in past communities which were strong, they successfully limited stupid decisions in social policy. And now these communities are ruined and we have plenty of free choice, and it is dangerous. Yeah? So it sounds simple. It is really, it seems valid. But, and also the role of freedom, because this is this liberal understanding of freedom. It means the bigger space of free choice, the better for us, and it kills these communities, as a matter of fact. But I think doubtful is your another say recommendation, or yeah, let's say recommendation. Let's try to think in such language as I used when I was teaching students, that we have dependent variable and independent variable, and the dependent variable, it is the decisions in social policy we have in Poland an excellent example of a very, very stupid decision. It means that this homework for students are no longer obligatory. Yeah, yeah. So, and we try to think how somebody could, invent such decision. And your recommendation is that if we rediscover a transcendental dimension in social sciences, yeah, so these decisions would be wiser. They will be improved. Yeah, probably it is one of this knowledge of social scientists. It is one of factor which could improve quality of our social life. Yeah. So let's work and let's saturate this social sciences with a transcendental element. So I think whether it is the only independent variable, but I would say that not only one, but also they are politicians who are united with business. And as a matter of fact, maybe this decision maker are rather obedient not to experts, but rather to these politicians and united, yeah, allied with this great business. But also there is another actor on this field. It means these communities, which can block these decisions, which can influence these politicians united with businessmen. Yes. So I regard your appeal, let's saturate these social sciences, as a very ambitious, difficult, especially difficult because I do not see these steps, because one should plan this activity from one step to one mark to another mark, another. Yeah, it is difficult to say whether there is any recipe in this encyclical great citations and this the writings of Luigi Sturzo and Arthur Utz. So I will not refer to these authors, yeah, because maybe there is some promise, but I had no time just to dig, yeah, to see what's yeah. But interesting are another recipes which are somehow related to your presentation. Maybe what we can do in this situation, if this task of saturating social sciences is very difficult. So what can be done else? And I think that, here I will be empirically oriented sociologist. I would say that we should, for example, tell how strange is this liberal concept of freedom. How strange it is. How far it is from this Christian concept of freedom, because this liberal concept of freedom, it refers only to these contingencies which are made by contacts with people, another people, yeah? Only this field. But this Christian concept of freedom, it is this field of relations with other people, these contingencies which are going from this field are recognized, but also these contingencies which are going from, for example, nature and my body. It means these addictions. It is field for my freedom. Yeah. So this Christian is much wider. And first my recipe would be just to explain that for some reasons, unclear for me, this liberal concept of freedom is now, it is winning, it is common. But why? I think that maybe because this communism collapsed and only actor left on this field, you know, in this rivalry. But of course, there is this third actor. Beside this communist liberals, it's also Christianity. So my recipe, how to act on this field where such stupid decisions are undertaken, it is just to explain this freedom understood as Christians understand it. It is one. And another recipe is also to invest in these communities, because I agree that 40, 50 years ago, people who were embedded in strong families, in strong parish communities, local communities, they could regard not as totally free, because there were limitations, there were bonds simply. Yeah? So we should show that human being, it is social being, as a matter of fact. Natural place of human beings, it is in community, not as lonely person, but in community, and we should work on it, how to strengthen these communities. And when I was following your presentation, so I reflected whether it is a problem which is as crucial in Poland as elsewhere, for example in Britain or in the West. And I have this data that empirical data from longitudinal surveys which were started in 1998, that when people in Poland think about themselves, they define themselves as a members of such communities with very strong narration. It means Christian narration or national narration. It means when we try to paint such picture, who are Poles? So we would say only few colors, only few paintings would be used. You know, I am Christian, or I am believer. I am a citizen of Poland. I am a Pole. You know, and such related to such daily concerns are not very common in Poland. So maybe in this country, where we are now, this disaster that liberal freedom won, yeah, and these communities are dismantled. It is not as serious problem as elsewhere. Maybe tentatively. So of course, this appeal to saturate the social sciences with transcendental dimension is right, but we are doing it from 250 years, as you know. Yeah, and for me it was important just that you mentioned that at the origin of economy it has also this ethical element in it. You know, and now it disappeared. This element. The most difficult task which we face is how to work with these politicians united with business, because without voters, without these communities, you know, they are really very, very powerful. They are very powerful, and these decisions which will be undertaken will be as this one which I gave as an example, you know, that students have not learned at home, you know. Yeah, so just now, but thank you for the presentation. It's interesting, very interesting.
Thank you very much, Professor Alford, for your excellent essay. You argue that the transcendental dimension of the human individual neglected by science is no longer just a theoretical problem, but has become a social and political one, a problem that causes enormous harm. I do agree that we all feel that that the science, culture, politics without transcendence prove counterproductive. That's I think quite widespread opinion. The more liberalism, the less freedom. That's our experience. The more rationalism, the less reason. The more individualism, the more political and cultural tribalism. That's interesting. I mean, trying to. I was thinking. I'm thinking on your objection that it's not easy to derive the denial of homework from the transcendental dimension, but definitely that's an aspect of thinking on the base of central goal of exercising individual freedom, a freedom not to make a homework. That's an element of that philosophical context, definitely, and on which very difficult is to base any kind of moral or social duty. Among them, the duty of preparing homework. I mean, that's pretty difficult without a transcendental dimension to create an objective structure of norms. That's which is against individual exercising of freedom. I must confess. Let me start with some, say, personal feeling. I must confess that I was very happy to hearing you, Helen. It was precisely to promote and develop a similar perspective that Marek Cichocki and I founded political theology nearly 25 years ago. And I must admit that listening to you and reading your essay, I thought the cavalry is coming. So thank you very much for that. Let me make two comments. First is about using experience of political theology a little bit. It's a question of opportunities of that kind of struggle with nowadays model of social science and political science to, let's say, make them open for that transcendental reference of a human individual. I think that one of the main problem to me to be the myth of assumption-free or neutral science. That's a point where I think discussion should start. Science, like politics today, operates with the deep conviction that it has liberated itself from all assumptions drawn from metaphysics, philosophical anthropology, or theology. The average researcher and politician does not think that in his work he's using assumptions constituting a certain anthropological or theological hypothesis, but rather believes that he stands on the solid ground on scientific certainty. I mean, he's a let's say, personalization of I mean, his approach is the only one, only serious one. This approach greatly complicates discussion, even with those researchers who are aware of the problems and the consequences caused by the contemporary scientific paradigm. In most cases, we are dealing with people who resemble Monsieur Jourdain, the protagonist of Molière's comedy The Bourgeois Gentleman. Mr. Jourdain didn't know he was speaking prose, and they don't know that the assumptions on which they are based, like all philosophical assumptions, are neither certain, obvious, nor neutral. I mean, today science have its anthropology, cosmology, theology, metaphysics, but they deny that fact. The problem is that it's not enough to recognize the limitations of the existing model. One must also agree to debate the very assumptions of contemporary science. Otherwise, we achieve only the appearance of a paradigm shift. If I'm not mistaken, this is the case of a little bit. I mean, everything I know about Luigi Sturzo is from your essay, but I thought that's his case. Instead of attempting to revise anthropological assumptions, he tries to analyze transcendence as a social phenomenon. So only, let's say, enlarging a scope, not a changing the assumptions. This is supposed to help prevent his concept from being unscientific in his eyes, but at the same time entangles him in all the traps of cultural relativism. That's why he was speaking about different kind of sociology in different cultures. I mean, so that's something very risky from the philosophical point of view. So summing up that point, without a discussion on human nature, this problem, I fear, is very difficult to resolve. I mean, that's a starting point, probably. So the call of a realistic anthropology in the base, realistic, not without that separation you mentioned, without those different separate fields. The second thing I wanted to mention, but only as a side note to this, to your excellent presentation, is the problem of sociology as a science which is considered neutral even within a church. Why do I consider this a problem? You pointed out the anthropological assumption of social science. However, the problem is not solely anthropological reductionism. It also concerns the problem of the vision of history assumed in the social science, understood as a history of progress leading from the time of faith to the era of emancipation, reason and freedom. From the very beginning, since Auguste Comte, sociology has been a historiosophy of secularization. It is a kind of anti-religion of an emancipated reason, in fact. It's not coincidence then that social science today supports the most radical social projects. So they are a part of a problem you want to solve. They are not a victim. I mean, of course, they are a victim as everything they causes, but that's one of a motor, one of a cause. It doesn't so much describe as promote the most radical social experiments. If someone do not believe this thesis, you should review the curriculum of the sociology department at the University of Warsaw. I mean, you can find all kind of extravagant leftist concept. I mean, any kind. I know a student who was, I mean, like living, and she decided that if she finds anything which is not woke, gender, etc., she would stay, and she left. Because even in the sociology of countryside, it was only a gender in the countryside, the only seminar. My question is, isn't it paradoxical that such sociology is treated in the church today as an important instrument for understanding oneself and the world, and for understanding the condition of the church in the contemporary world? That's, I mean, because I must say that I'm very pessimistic. I do not in social science primarily. I mean, I think it is it is a kind of a very anti-Christian ideology in the philosophical level, and I do not believe in that kind of, let's say, cure you suggest, because to change it you should first destroy the fundamentals. What we left, that's a question. If you destroy a historiography and the anthropological assumption, what is left? I mean, from the social science. I think maybe empirical research, but I mean, do they belong to the social science? I don't think so. That's just a part of. The third comment, also only in the margin of your lecture, concerns the social dynamics of changes occurring the culture and politics, focused on the exercise of unfettered individual freedom. To this end, let me recall Plato's argument from Politeia. When analyzing political changes, a seemingly strange observation emerges. Democracy, says Plato, and Aristotle 100% agrees with that thesis. Democracy is a system most similar to, and at the same time closest to, tyranny. Why? It's quite strange for us. We consider us as an opposite, if not dramatically opposite systems. A system in which freedom is the highest good must have some universally accepted rules for distributing these goods. As Plato says, freedom cannot be enjoyed by all without any restriction. I mean, you can, he says, that's a very nice sentence, that no one can eat it without limits. Therefore, the condition for democracy's survival is an appropriate balance between justice and freedom. Only justice, closely linked to the idea of the common good, is capable of moderating excessive individual appetites. When a community loses the ability to think in terms of the common good, sooner or later a tyrant must arise. Tyranny arises from democracy not as its negation, but as its radicalization. In essence, a tyrant is a democrat who has rejected any restriction on individual freedom. I consider this thought to be serious and very serious warning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, Sister.
Well, I think the responses are better than the talk. No, really. I feel really honored that I get such good responses, you know. It's, and I don't really want to say too much because I'd rather leave the floor open for discussion, because I really do see this as an opening up of a project which needs to be much more developed. And I think what the respondents have done here is show some of the things which are valuable, some of the dangers in the project, some of the things we really need to take care of. I think Professor Nogal's statement about the modern project being so efficient and being having such power, and the whole question about the Prussian use of, you know, techniques, and that, I think this is we have to deal with it. It's also connected with the issue about the political and business people being so powerful in society. I mean, this is a powerful group. It's not really very interested too much in a sort of classical democracy in that sense. It's much more interested in imposing itself. And so, as you say, your connection with tyranny is, you know, I think follows on from what's been said there. I absolutely would expect to come to Poland and find that what I'm saying was said 25 years ago here. That's what I would expect to find. I think the question about the way the church sees the social sciences, I think it's an ongoing question. You know, I think the church only really started seriously confronting this issue at the time of the Second Vatican Council, and it was a very particular time, you know, and so we are, I think, you know, there was a good reason why Pope John Paul II wanted an Academy of Social Sciences, you know. He wanted this dealt with in a much more deep way, and the kinds of considerations that you, and I think it's an ongoing process for us to deal with it. So I'm listening to what you say, and I will think about it, but I don't really want to spend a lot more time responding. I'd rather we hear other people, if you don't mind. Michał.
Of course, as you wish. The questions, please, Professor Benson.
Thank you very much for your paper, and to the panelists for excellent responses. One thought really occurred to me about social sciences. First, that they're not particularly social, and they're arguably not even scientific. And the problem is one that John McMurray pointed out in a book from 1936 called The Structure of Religious Experience. Now, McMurray's famous as a personalist philosopher. His Gifford lectures on the person and so on. We don't have time to go into this, but in that little book from 1936, he says that science has got an unjustified priority in the modern frame. Because, in fact, science, the reach of science is not as profound as the reach of philosophy and theology. Because there are matters covered only in philosophy and theology that science can't touch. Obviously, metaphysics. Why am I here? How does my life matter? What is compassion? What is love? So that's the first thing I'd urge, is to question the whole idea of disciplines. Disciplines are not, you used a term in your paper that's almost inconsistent with the idea of disciplinary evaluation, and that term was Jan Smuts's term, holism. If you were speaking holistically and holism, the set of true things contains all subjects. And therefore, the church's holistic vision, really, must necessarily hold all analysis together at all times, science and metaphysics, and so on and so forth. But here's the point I want to ask you about. In one of your slides from Professor Utz, from your community, it begins with a fascinating sentence that Aristotelian ethics are not values analysis. You remember that? Then he turns to teleology, and he says they're really questions about purpose. Now, you use this language of values, and I want to challenge you on that. I know the church has taken it on board, but I think it's a profound, profound mistake. Why? Because values is, as George Grant, the Canadian philosopher, said profoundly, an obscuring language for morality used when the idea of purpose has been destroyed. An obscuring language for morality used when the idea of purpose has been destroyed. And that's why values is so present in our modern period. But values do not get us to virtues. And justice is a virtue. All of the cardinal virtues are perfected by the theological virtues, and in some very real way, what you're reaching towards in your project, it seems to me, is this idea of grace perfecting nature. And how do we explain that to the modern mind? So that's really my main point, and I'd ask you to maybe comment on this. Why, and I know the holy sainted John Paul II, and I know I'm standing in Poland, used this language of values, which he got from Shaler through the phenomenologists. But it's a problem, because as Aquinas pointed out, things are heard in the manner of the hearer, and the modern person hears values as their personal preferences and choices, not objective goods. So I think your comment on that would be helpful.
Yes, I think it's a very interesting point, and thank you very much for bringing it in. I mean, I think you've framed it very well, because on the one hand, we have this massive problem with the idea of values. On the other hand, we do have very important thinkers in the Christian tradition who have tried to use it, you know. So I think we're in between these two positions in a way, and I think what the main thing I would take from what you said is to be absolutely aware of the danger of this language and the potential for misinterpreting it when we go out into the public sphere. You know, it might be one thing for Pope John Paul to have used Shayla in his church context to think about how to do something new with the Thomistic synthesis, but it's another thing entirely when we go out and talking. So, you know, I think this is an important part of the question, that the semantic fields of these words and how people could be completely talking at cross purposes and not really understanding what we're talking about if we use these kinds of words without defining them. And, you know, and in many ways we could use other words which are clearer often, a lot of the time. So I think that's very well put. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have a challenge for your project. I wouldn't use the plural, recovering the transcendent dimension of the human person in the social sciences. I would just use each science, whatever that is that you think belongs to this category. For example, in economics, which is your first, reference in your talk. So at this point, economists would feel challenged, and they would ask you, what do you mean? I'm trying to predict fluctuation. How does this help? I'm trying to predict what is going to happen if Trump uses the tariffs the way he wants to use them. And most of the economists actually got it wrong. They predicted a huge collapse of American economy that didn't happen. So at this point, you may have these two options. First, question how scientific it is, economics today, according to the way it is done, because science is predictability, science is a universal statements that follows by necessity from some premises. So it's actually questionable that economics today is done in a way that is very scientific and predictable according to possible events. But then, of course, you may not want to challenge economics the way it's done because it doesn't take into account the transcendent dimension of the human being, of the human person, but because it does offer a very limited viewpoint in our decision making, which is ethical. So the point would be to recover a transcendent dimension of the human person in our decision making, putting aside the very limited perspective that economics, the way it's done today, can provide. So it's not trying to convince economists that they should focus on a very highly complicated philosophical issue, which is the transcendent dimension of the human person, but try to convince decision-making people like Trump that economists should just marginalize in the decision-making process and take into account other much deeper and more interesting viewpoints sometimes. Same goes with sociology and with politics. And politics, the way it's done today as a social science, is extremely reductive and limited. So sociology, of course, is not value-free, and you implied that in your talk. But I wonder whether just suggesting that there is a sociology for Muslims, one for Catholics, one for, it's actually a solution. If you do your job nicely, I can take into account your facts, data, whatever they are, and then, get a more comprehensive view and focus on what ethical decision-making really is, right? So I wouldn't give that much to social sciences, and I would never use the plural, because each of these alleged science is different from the other, and serves a shot for whatever it is that they do, right? So this way might generate ambiguities instead of offering solutions. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I mean, I think this is an interesting position. I think that we need to kind of work with the situation where we are. I mean, we have an awful lot of professors of economics. We have an awful lot of professors. We have these big systems in universities. I think talking about how we could, value what they've done in so much as it can be, but reinsert these anthropological presuppositions that Derek was talking about, and try to reinsert them into a framework which is more realistic, which is more dealing with the human being as the human being is, as far as we can understand it. To some extent, human beings are a mystery, okay, but it's so far as we can. It seems to me a valuable project, not least because, you know, someone as important as Pope John Paul II created this Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, and he had an idea about doing this. Also, Pius XII came to the Angelicum and the Gregorian, so both universities have a faculty of social sciences. They started in the early 50s, the teaching, and the idea was to deal with social problems. So we teach all these different disciplines, but the idea is that the different disciplines give insights which should be feeding into an ethical framework in which the Catholic social teaching is very present, towards responding to problems. So it's trying to get integration in another way. I think, you know, the way we do it needs to be sort of various. I mean, your suggestion is quite an interesting one, but I think we need more than one way. I was putting a different way of doing it. I don't see that they're necessarily exclusive ways. We're trying to do something which is a bit different, a bit new. We need different experiments and different methods, and some will work and some won't, and this sort of thing. That would be my response to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there is a possibility to ask one more question, if there is one. Yeah.
So I would like to say thank you, Sister Helen, and just to a comment about the legal field, because you mentioned maybe we could apply this our reasoning to social sciences, but for the legal field it's a little bit different, you said, because social sciences are losing the capacity to interpret human life, and so if they lose this transcendent dimension, and what is happening to the legal field? I'm asking, I'm posing this question on the table just, and maybe if I'm not wrong, we could say with Thomas Aquinas. If we accept Thomas Aquinas' definition of lex naturalis, so, and of use, so if we accept that the legal system should adapt itself to should express the natural law, so we are experiencing a time where the legal system is losing even the sense and the purpose, the aim and the purpose of the law. So we are, for example, we can see how we have in Europe, in the Western world, is so positive laws about, okay, according the right to have a child, the right, an alleged right to have a child, alleged right to die, that are nonsense if we are talking at a juristic level, a right and wrong, what is, so it's really nonsense. Could you please comment on this and say something more about the legal field?
Well, I would rather let Professor Nogal say something more about legal field. I mean, I think that you can see in the legal profession there are older resources, there are older traditions to go back to. I mean, law is a very, very interesting, different situation, I think, from the other of social sciences. And in some senses you can get, I mean, Professor's presentation this morning showed we can get sometimes these schizophrenic situations where you have two different traditions kind of colliding with each other. And she was talking about the European Court of Human Rights and with Polish law. But I would see this in a way as a strength, I would say, of the legal discipline, that there are more resources within this tradition. It's not only a modern discipline in that sense. And that it's got these other elements that can be recovered, you know, even if it's a great battleground. You know, we've got a lot of lawyers here, and they've been talking about these sorts of problems, including yourself, you know. But it's a more interesting field, I would say. It's not the one I know so much about, because I've worked much more in economics, as you were saying. But it's very clear to me that, you know, when I hear the lawyers in the academy speaking, they have a different way of speaking, which is more connected to the metaphysical questions, you know, than some of the other social scientists. You can see this in them. So I see law as a sort of rather special field that could maybe help us build some more interesting basis for social science, although I need the lawyers to help me do this.
Thank you very much. We had really interesting panel, I think. So firstly, Sister Alford revealed the challenges which are posed by anthropology, which ignores transcendental dimension to our society, to our social sciences. Then she proposed a project which challenges that approach of social sciences. And here was, I don't know if all of us saw it, but it was quite an interesting moment, because generally everyone agreed with this need. But then questions appeared, and they are quite serious. And so starting from the question, what real step can we do to make this project realistic? And then with Dr. Karłowicz's remarks, shall we even start it? Because is there anything in social science what will rest if we do it? You know, so I just think that the area and universe of challenges we face with this anthropological problem was quite really clearly revealed during this discussion, and I would really I'm really thankful that I would like to express my gratitude to Sister Helen Alford and to our panelists, Professor Agnieszka Nogal, Professor Krzysztof Koseła, and Dr. Dariusz Karłowicz. Thank you very much for your presence and all the talks.
I am Dean of Ave Maria School of Law in Naples, Florida, and we are a co-sponsor of the event. And I will be very, very brief. It's our privilege to have co-sponsored this event. We hope to be back in the future. I've spent the past day and a half in that seat right there staring at John Paul II and John Paul II under the cross. And when I first was sitting there at the beginning of the conference, John Paul II looked wise and encouraging to me, and he still does. But by the end of the conference, I think his gaze was more of a challenge. I think it was a challenge in the same way that he challenged the world during his pontificate, and I believe continues to challenge us from that better place that he's in now. This conference, very briefly, from my perspective, I'm not a philosopher, I'm dean of a law school. So take it for what it's worth. The modern project has hollowed out the philosophical sense of the human being. And because ideas have consequences, that hollowing out over the past 60, 200, 250 years has impeded human flourishing. Now, human beings have not perfectly flourished at any time in history, but we have uniquely hollowed out the idea of human flourishing. It's almost as if we've taken away a dimension of human flourishing. And so this conference has been so valuable for me, exemplified by the 3 keynote addresses, but also the sessions that fleshed out those keynote addresses. George Weigel began by telling us how we can recapture the ideas of John Paul II in our social discourse, and he had prescriptions for that. Father, Monsignor Mazurkiewicz then told us, essentially, nature abhors a vacuum, and if we do not have the transcendent in our politics, then politics will become a religion. And finally, Sister and the panel today talked about how we can recapture transcendence and began a project and also a prescription for that. And I want to end with just one small observation from my perch as dean of a law school where I deal with young people all the time. Young people, of course, are always the future. And I sense in my country and in my small sphere, legal education, something happening among the young people. Our law school is up 56% in the past 2 years. And I think that's because we're a serious Catholic law school. We're drawing young people. There's a hunger, there's a thirst among young people. Maybe that will be evanescent and it will not continue. But I'd like to believe that perhaps what we've been struggling with, how do we change the culture? How do we re-inject the transcendent into our culture, will come from the roots up, from the young people demanding, as they did when John Paul II died, we want God. We want God. And so, young people, that is, for what it's worth, a charge for you. And thank you to the organizers of this event, and I hope to see you in 2 years.
As next, I invite very key person for this conference, Professor Michał Gierycz. Please share your thoughts.
I would like firstly to thank all of you for your presence here and these 2 days of discussions. And of course, it's quite difficult even to try to summarize what we went through during these days. So I would like to make three small comments, but rather general, about what happened here. George Weigel began our conference with the question of whether John Paul II speaks to us today. And I was really happy that when I was listening to our discussions, it was very clear that he does. Not only because we are using his writings, the quotations were appearing here, but also because we used categories and perspectives that he proposed. So in some way, we continue intellectual culture which he promoted during his pontificate. It was really touching to me that we finished with the anthropological issue at the conference. So the very one with which exactly about this transcendent dimension of human person, the pontificate started with Redemptor Hominis. Dariusz Karłowicz, in this program at Angelicum, he proposed two paths for the students. One is to thinking on John Paul II, the second is thinking with John Paul II. And I think that really this conference shows how important for us still is to think with John Paul II. The second remark is that the experience of our discussions shows the accuracy of John Paul II analysis. So even if this new springtime of the human spirit we not experience, so this hope was not fulfilled, it's clearly visible that the fundamental accuracy of his teaching is in place. So it's also important to remember that exactly in the same time when he was revealing his hopes for this new springtime of human spirit, he also wrote an encyclical letter, Evangelium Vitae, in which he warned against the developing of culture of death. The problem, therefore, is not so much about the accuracy of his analysis as about the nature of our choices. Our experience recalls to me the choice given by God to Israel, about which we read in Deuteronomy. I will quote, "See, I have set before you this day life and good, death and Hades. If you obey the commandments of the Lord, you shall live and multiply. But if your heart turns away, I declare to you this day that you shall perish." End of quotation. It's a small remark, but perhaps especially these words are touching in the moment of demographic crisis in Western societies. But coming back to John Paul II and politics. So ultimately, the course of evolution of Western modern politics developed, as Father Mazurkiewicz reminded us in his speech, under the rule as if God wouldn't exist, is proceeding almost without deviation along the trajectory outlined by St. John Paul II. So the state of contemporary politics is becoming an increasingly tangible realization of John Paul II warnings against the politics based on relativism. So, and this brings me to the third and last, so it's really last observation. I think that we all agree on the need to rebuild intellectual and moral culture, as George Weigel said, which fundamental aspect is this transcendent dimension of human person. At the same time, a disturbing question arose to me, how to do it, especially after our last panel. How to correct those problems that are obvious to us, but are far from obvious to the modern culture. And I admit, but maybe I didn't hear enough, that I did not get one answer to that question. moreover, I'm sure that there is no one answer to this question, or to this simple answer. And I think that it is exactly the task that remains for each of us after this conference. So with God's grace, to discover and persistently undertake the tasks that are necessary for the common good, for the restoration of Christian culture, even if we cannot count on their quick success. In the end, if we remember about Polish history, about the fall of communism, we know that proper action anchored in the unlimited trust in God, who is the Lord of the history, can bring great and unexpected fruits. We discovered during this time also, I think, such an experience of a community, that we really are together thinking in the same way, on the same perspective. And I would like, in the end, thank to some members of this community who enabled that conference. So I would like to thank the persons involved in, day after day preparations of this conference, to Dr. Michał Kmieć, who was the secretary of the conference. He's there. To my other colleagues, Dr. Patrycja Rutkowska, Dr. Mariusz Sulkowski, Dr. Maria Szymborska, Dr. Piotr Burgoński, Dr. Dominik Tylka. Without them, it wouldn't happen. Thank you very much. But in last days and during the conference, we will not manage without the help of our PhD students and students of our faculty, to whom I would really like to cordially thank. So, thanking once again to John and your school, to Helen, George, Father Piotr, and all the commentators and panelists. It was really a pleasure to host you here in this faculty. I hope that we will meet in 2 years, and I encourage all of you, please, to send your papers after this conference. I think that we can give 4 months to make them the final version of them. So to receive them around end of February, and we will publish them in the Christianity World Politics Journal, who also is a part of the organization staff of this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, we had opening of our conference, so we need also official closing of our conference. And I'm inviting Professor Anna Skolimowska, Director of the Institute of Political Science and Public Administration of our university. Professor Skolimowska, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence today. I'm very glad that the Institute of Political Science and Public Administration, Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University, for the 5th time, has got an opportunity to discuss fundamental issues of humanity. Isn't it a paradox that at the end of our conference, that was dedicated at the beginning to the issues of religion and politics, we've spoke about the science, about the meta-science, meta-ethics. Isn't it a kind of God's sign that we cannot speak about the humans' issues without science, that is so neglected by those who would like to exclude the topic of God from the research and the scientific endeavors we are undertaking at the universities. I'm very grateful for the organizing committee, for Professor Michał Giericz, for his initiative, for the effort of all the people involved in this process. I know they've been working since 1 year to prepare everything for us. It is a huge effort, and I'm really grateful for all of you that you've undertaken it. I'm also very grateful for our foreign partners, for Ave Maria School of Law, for Professor Czarnecki, for his sincere presence at our institute. You are always very welcome. And I'm very glad that this cooperation between our professors is still in the process, and I hope that it will last forever, maybe. It is a really serious and severe topic that you are undertaking, that the conference is dedicated to the fundamental issues of modernity, for modern societies, and not only for church, but also for academia, for law communities, as we've heard today. I'm very grateful for all the partners that are involved, were involved in the process. Collegium Interethnicum Foundation, for the Catholic Association Civitas Christiana in Poland, as well as our university partners, Warsaw University, Opole University, Zielona Góra University. It builds a community of scholars who are interested in undertaking such an important issue. I'm looking forward for the publication. It will be something big to read. It will be a very important element of the scientific discourse to read the effects of our discussion. And I hope that in 2 years we will have the opportunity to deepen these topics with the same readiness and openness as today. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming to Warsaw, for enriching us of your research and thesis. It was our pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much.
And shortly, the last word belongs to Dean of our faculty, Father Artur Wysocki. Dear Professor, I'm giving you the floor.
Dear participants of this excellent event, on behalf of all committee of our faculty, I would like first of all to express my joy and gratitude. This conference, really it was a space in which we have the possibility to share our ideas, to exchange some inspirations, but also of the possibility of building and deepening our relationships, which is an added benefit always when we meet together in one place. So thank you, especially for all organizers of this this conference. Thank you for your interventions, speeches, comments, questions, but especially great thank you to our two keynote speakers, Sister Professor Helen Alford, but also Professor, sorry, there is no, yes, George Weigel. Thank you very much for your great and inspiring lectures. I would like you to say thank you to you all participants for your presence, but also for creating a great, good atmosphere of this meeting. And very thank you to the organizing committee for your hard work as well in preparation of this event. But also I think that we need to thank to our technical staff because thanks to them, those who were not able to be here in person were able to be with us online, but also we'll be able to listen recording of this conference. So thank you very much to you as well. So I would like also to share my hope that this conference is is just another step in our shaping of ourselves, actually, our ideas, our attitudes, our thinking, but also in shaping the world in which we live simply, and in which, to which we are sent, actually. So thank you very much to you all. Have a safe journey home, and God bless. Thank you.
Apart from food for thought, there is some food to eat. So we invite you for lunch one step below. Thank you very much.